Yay. Thank you. Um, it says live. Excellent connection. It's like this every time.
Yeah.
It's unnatural. Okay, 38 seconds. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another random stream. Coming back at you live on the YouTube channel, Polymer Clay Artist. Glad to have you whenever you do show up. Tonight, I'm going to be continuing the dinosaur and hopefully get all its legs done and texture the body so I can build the head. I got half of the head. We go like this, something like that, or whatever. I don't want to, when I squeeze this down on there, I want to bake it so it stays. I also want to pick up some aluminum foil tape so I can cut thin strips. It's super adhesive and it'll hold it all together for me. But I done started texturing this. If I could go back in time, I would put this together and then I would finish encasing it in the clay and then texture everything all in one shot, then bake it again. But I didn't. I started texturing it, so this is kind of going to go on towards the last little bit, because once I bake all that, I won't be able to do any lining and stuff. It says we're live, so it takes a minute for it to go to space. Oh,
Here you are.
a couple people. Yay!
You're in space.
It then went to space and back. All right.
I'm going for my coffee.
Okay. Thank you for helping me again. I picked up a value pack of brushes from Walmart. These are all nylon or actually they call it something else. It's basically plastic. Vinyl brushes. I don't like horsehair or human hair or whatever because it comes off into the project. And because I got new brushes, I can maybe smooth out some of the texturing on the leg. You know, in this stream. I also am going to build the other half of this little mouth thing. I want to show this again. The comparison, the old one I did, and then this is the newer one. It's like light years better. It's got cute little nose holes. This was all done in the last stream in case you missed it. It's the longest stream I ever did. It was 5 hours. I still can't believe I did that. But anyways, I'll go ahead and get started on this. I'm basically going to... These back knees, legs or whatever are going to be kind of more difficult to do because it's not in the greatest area. And I remember this being the prize tool for toenails. I'll use that. I'll probably zoom in for you here in a little bit. I don't necessarily need to do the toenails right yet. I'll just start texturing or adding some clay. The image I'm looking at for reference or for inspiration or whatever, it doesn't have that much texturing going on. It's actually really subtle. So, but I'm okay with how I have this so far because that's kind of setting it apart from what I'm looking at. I don't want to do it exactly, like exact because I might get in trouble. Copyright issues and stuff like that. Plus, this is just a one-off or whatever. I'm not too worried really. But I'll go ahead and get started. I I'd like to kind of get these legs done rather quickly. Not take 5 hours anyways. I have no idea why it was so long in that last stream, but it was quite a long time. But I rolled me out some clay through the pasta machine to make it, workable again, to bring back the conditioning quality to it or whatever. And it's a good shot. I have the camera kind of in the same spot it was last time, but it's just a little bit lower, and I can zoom in on these areas and change the angle and everything for when I do the feet. But it looks like, matter of fact, I wonder if I could just bring this closer to me. And my apologies, I'm just doing something really quick. Hey, that works. And I will refocus. Excuse me. I don't know how well that picks up on the mic. So let's get going with this. The back legs. I'm gonna do a smaller snake than that. Ah, cool, you can still see me working the clay. So it's Friday night. I don't remember what day it was I streamed last time. I do believe it was during the weekend. But for those of you who do pop in here and hang out a little bit, I appreciate you, spending some of your weekend with me. I notice a lot of people like to do their own thing. It's a very, very awkward place to be doing this on this one. So I was talking about in the other stream about when it comes to texturing things and making it look realistic, it's easy just to make a bunch of lines and cross hatching and stuff to where it looks like texture, but to make it look believable where a leg bends and stuff, I think that's kind of really tricky. At least for me it is. I haven't mastered that yet. For example, if this leg was bent all the way like this way, it would be tight on this side. You wouldn't have any wrinkles at all because you'd be tightening that skin. So the amount of wrinkle I have here may not be realistic, but that's okay. I'm just going with it. Same right here. I'm just kind of building this out a little bit, just breaking away from that noodle, that single snake that I had. We already put kneecaps on it. There's a big old kneecap right there. But the rest is just the same consistent diameter, and to add interest and make it a little more believable, I can build out clay in different areas and even compress it in other areas. Which is what I'm fixing to do right now. I just need to get up in there. Oh, cool. What's the most difficult part to sculpt? That's a good question. The most difficult part to sculpting is finding the camera angle. No, seriously, that has nothing to do with sculpting. It is kind of hard though, because I'm always thinking about, can people see what I'm doing? And for me, the most difficult part is I I don't. That's a weird question now. Now that I'm thinking about it, that's a very weird question. There should be a difficult part. I don't want to make it sound like it. None of it's difficult. It's just the way I do things. I kind of invent methods as I go. And I haven't really had any difficulty with that. Now, I have, however, had technical issues. Like when I first started using air dry clay, I didn't know you couldn't use it on a rigid armature, and wound up having sculptures destroyed because of technical things. I didn't have the experience, anyways. Um, what's difficult? I'm gonna think about that during this stream. And that seems kind of weird that I can't just answer that. Probably. It's a good question though. If you do sculpting any, I'd like to know what you find difficult. If you don't mind sharing that, that'd be kind of cool. Um, for me, it's the social aspect, the the making the videos, and it can be hard making getting the camera angle right, and like this right here is not a very good. I love it when the camera's directly overhead and I'm doing like a little face or something, or just something that I can, something like this, where I can have it overhead and it's not in the way. Like right now I'm rocking this with my right hand, and I'm left-handed 100%. But I don't want it to be, you know, not seen. I've had difficulty with this beta clay because it's very dry. It's been sitting for a long time. That's a super good question. You done got me stumped. And I don't want that, like I said, I don't want that to seem like I'm a pro and know what I'm doing. I just guess everything. I make everything up as I go. And sometimes, a lot of times it works. I get lucky. I feel like I'm just a lucky artist. But sometimes it bites me in the butt. Okay. Oh, getting the anatomy correct. And faces. Yeah, you know what? I haven't done any human sculptures at all, so I probably would share the same thing. See, if you're doing aliens or dragons or whatever, you can't really get them wrong. Maybe in a way you could say I've been playing it safe because those things are abstract. They're fictional. They could be anything, I suppose. Faces would probably seem like a hard thing to do. I mean, I do an alien face. It's got eyes, nose, and a mouth, but it's not like this doesn't exist, or no one's even seen that. So how would I get that wrong? But if I was trying to sculpt a person, I think what, that would be the ultimate challenge. To sculpt someone famous or just a random person. I'd have to try it one day. I really do. I gotta try that one day. Trying to figure out scale, the size of things, is a bit of a challenge too. Thanks for sharing that with me, by the way. It's a really good question. Wasn't expecting like that really, really good type questions. I've done so little. I've been on YouTube for 15 years. But if you think about it, if you actually go back and you look at all the things I've done, it's really not that many things. So technically speaking, I don't have much experience. And it's all self-taught. Like I've watched some other people, and So I was using this. I'm regrouping the tools that I was using last time that are really helpful. Some of these picks and stuff. So I basically just added a snake here, and I've tapered it back to change the length. I was thinking about actually adding a little clay to give this a little bit more beef back here. I guess you can see that, what I'm doing. But it doesn't really look like that on the image. Like I said, I'm going by a cartoon drawing, and it doesn't really scream like I'm a real dinosaur. It's not that I'm trying to play it safe. It's just I recently watched the Good Dinosaur, and I enjoyed it, and I was thinking that would be a fun way of trying to do a dinosaur. Now, see, I did an elephant, and that was a realistic thing, a very believable thing, and I actually did pretty well on it, except the proportions, like you mentioned. My proportions were wrong. It was squished. It should have been a little bit longer, that elephant. It's literally the icon to the channel now. It holds a lot of meaning. My mama let me borrow that little, just a random knickknack that it was broke. And I'm like, Mom, let me borrow this. I'll use it as a guide, and I'll try to make me an elephant. And she did. And I did. I made it. I think it turned out pretty good. And then wound up losing my mama, and I think that's the only thing I got from her as a single little elephant sculpture. She didn't have much, so. I do need to break out and like do other things, that more challenging things. For sure, I think I do. Anyways. This clay is set for a while, and I just conditioned this clay, but you can't really recondition the clay that is on the sculpture. So just looking at the, turn this a little bit. Plus, it's hard to see. It's hard for me to see this on the display. I don't know how it really looks like on camera. But I'm kind of looking forward to. I would like to do a sculpture where I'm not using colored clay, where I paint it afterwards. I've done a couple like that before, and they turned out just fine. So, because this can make it, you can experience placking. It's like these half moon shapes in colored clay, which would mess up the whole design anyways. Or there could be color shifting. Baking in stages could be an issue, I suppose. Just adding a little bit of lines and stuff on there. With a tool. Trying to figure out what would be the best tool for. It's kind of stiff. There we go. I'm not going to worry too much about texturing. I'm going to get my little wrinkles and folds on there first. Like I know there's one on here, because this definitely would have a wrinkle down here, having that bent that way. So I could put this right here. tool it on there. Now to do the little toes too. It's a super awkward place. Dynamic anatomy. I often run into technical issues. I want to try something new, but I don't think about the technical side of it. Like, for example, wanting to use electric tape to wrap my foil. Does it wrap it nice and tight and easy to go around curved surfaces and stuff? Absolutely. Will it destroy your work? Absolutely. So it's just little things like that. But the actual sculpting, the sculpting part, basically I just come up with a plan, like a process. Like, I like to build with shapes a lot. I know a lot of people probably say the same thing. Use shapes, measured pieces of clay to achieve whatever it is I'm trying to do. This is a good little tool too. I'll keep that right there. But then lately what I've been kind of going on about is, after you do that, after you use your measured pieces and shapes and stuff to achieve whatever it is you're doing, then it's cool. Well, what I've been trying to do is figure out ways to then break it away from the shapes where it doesn't look like I use shapes to do it. Like, for example, these are snakes. It's like the same diameter all the way, from the top to the bottom, but to separate it from that, where it doesn't look like I just used snakes to do that, I put kneecaps on here. Now I'm putting folds of clay and backfilling it and stuff here and here. That changes the dynamics of it a little bit and makes it look, because you could use the shapes to achieve the sculpting, especially if you're trying to learn how to do it. I feel like how I do it's really good for beginners. Maybe that's just all I am. I'm just like a beginner sculptor, and that's just how I do it. And but I don't want it to look like a beginner thing, by the time I'm done. I don't know if that makes sense or not. But a lot of my challenges and stuff is the social aspect of coming on YouTube and doing my thing on here. It's sometimes it's still nerve-wracking and scary. I'm very awkward. I'm getting better though. Like, when I first came back, I jumped right on here. I think did the spider right away. That was the first thing when I returned, or it was shortly after. But you can tell, like, on the timeline. I've been on a few months now. Returned, been back for a few months, and literally the first one, I'm so nervous. You can tell. It's terrible how nervous I was. There's this other side, which I wonder if I can work on that and you can still see. Oh, it looks like it. I'd hate for something to be like not in the shot, where I want everybody to see what I'm doing, even if I can't. That's a good. That's a good goal. That's a good vision, anyways. In my honest opinion, I feel like they made it really, really hard for someone new to jump on here and start like that. There's two different criteria that you have to um, achieve. You have to have 1,000 subscribers, which honestly, that's actually easy. You can ask 1,000 people to subscribe to your channel. It's that watch time that I feel that's the challenge. You got to have 4,000 hours of watch time for the year. And believe it or not, this channel used to get like 8, 9, 10,000 hours a year. I would get like 1,000 a month, but I abandoned it, so it just kind of tapered off over time. It just stopped doing that, and I'm still struggling with it right now. I actually have 3,990 39.99.5. I'll make a half hour under, and I think they give me a little bit of a window. They don't just disable me. But I was behind by 100 hours or so, and I came back and I just got a massive amount of watch time doing that spider. Spider actually did really well. Some things do better than other things. You're supposed to pay attention to your analytics and stuff, and I've been on here so long, I've seen a lot of changes that they had made. I was here before it was sold to Google. I started when it was cool. You had complete customization. Everything was customizable. Your channel, you could have a custom background. You could change the color of your font, your text. You could literally make the entire web page look jet black, which could be abusive. You know what I mean? If you land on a YouTube page and the whole screen's black, you can't even see anything. You know, I could see how but then it just made it to where everything's gray. Everybody's channel like looked the same and stuff. And Willis is on the prowl out there. Willis the dog. Yeah, there's a lot of good people out there. Ace of Clay, I always mention him. He's really, really good. He's really good at not just at sculpting, but he's good at as a content creator. He does music, and I always idolized him. Like that's how I would love to be, like Ace of Clay, pretty much. Not just because he's got a lot of subscribers and stuff, but he's just, making it. He's doing it. Sometimes that's hard to do. But there's other artists. Like I follow a guy on Facebook this guy's like on Hollywood. He's working with Hollywood stuff. He's really, really good. I don't know if you've heard of him. His name is Casey Love, and he does like monsters. And he does classes every now and then. You can literally fly out and he'll teach you how to airbrush or something. I always thought it would be wonderful just to go to one of his classes. But I think he has a YouTube channel, but he's more focused on Facebook and working with that. I got some other knee right there, but you can't see that. What I could do, the advice I could give is to start the channel if you haven't already, and try not to focus on the monetization part first. Try not to focus on that right away. Just basically get on there and get practice with uploads, the consistency of it all, and editing and making it. Because you're not just sculpting. You're editing videos and networking, and there's a lot of work. People don't realize there's a lot of work involved in running a YouTube channel. It really is. I remember back in my heydays when I was really, really, full throttle. Believe it or not, I actually was at one point. There was nights where I stayed up all night and I would be editing one video. I edited a video for like a week because it was meticulous type editing I was doing, but it's a lot of work. But you see, another thing that you can consider is the monetization part is actually, I don't know, I think I might have made my channel bugged out because I was promoting it using Google AdWords. It was this thing a long time ago. It was a feature you could, another product from Google, AdWords for videos, and I would create keywords and stuff, and I was promoting I was putting, a couple $1,000s into certain videos because the keywords were only like a penny because no one was using them. And back then it was actually profitable because I would pay 1 penny for my video to show up somewhere, and then when they watched it, the ad that showed was usually worth 2 or 3 pennies. And it was a small little window where it was like that, and I didn't take action. I didn't have a way of borrowing money or anything from anybody. But they constantly change everything around to where it can't be gamed. What's going on here? I'm going to push that down quite a bit because it just looks weird. But what I was saying is you could build a small audience, just keep working on doing that, and you can you'll have people that'll become fans of your work, and it'll help with you at least selling your work, because maybe selling your work could be a part of that equation. See, for me, I didn't want to sell anything. I wanted to just purely entertain people and make it from YouTube, and wasn't the case. I make like anywhere from 30 cents to 80 cents a day. That's a really good day, 80 cents. And that's what the amount of, the channel's kind of weird though. It always has been. I put a post a long time ago, years ago, where it was going like this. It was going up and up and up and up, and it just went straight down to here, and then went straight across the analytics. No matter what I did, I could do 3 videos in 1 week, or I could wait 3 months with nothing, and it was always like, a few dollars a day, a few dollars a day, a few dollars a day, and it was like, it made it feel like there was no point in even doing it, because I wasn't doing it for a hobby. I was trying to make a career out of this. And I don't know what happened with it. See, each YouTube channel is actually a living, breathing thing. They're all different from each other, and a lot of times if something goes wrong, they can't even help you with it. I watched testimonials where really, really big YouTubers have their channels completely dropped off, where it wasn't making anything or doing any views, and they would basically just say, well, it was the equivalent of getting struck by lightning or something, that it's out of their hands, that they cannot do anything about it. And if you don't like your channel anymore, if you're upset with it, then start a new one. It's all they could help you with. And I was doing research because I always felt like there was some weirdness going on with the channel. I'll give you an example of this weirdness I'm talking about. I recently launched channel membership, where people can join for a set amount of money that I come up with or whatever. And ever since I did that, I launched channel membership, I don't get any comments anymore on my videos. I would get random comments from the internet. I'm talking people that aren't subscribed all the time. Even when I abandoned the channel for like a half a year, I would get comments every day, and I would read them, by the way. And then it just stopped. So it's another example of every time I try to push forward, it pushes back. Like something breaks or it does something weird. So I don't know. It could be my problems are completely unique to this channel. I know that. I try to find something I could use to measure that. How wide these things are. Just visual, do a visual thing. I'm gonna do some toenails really quick. The center. I mean, at one point I was talking to my wife and I was contemplating actually canceling channel membership because for someone that's I struggle with my social aspect and with autism, and I actually care about people making comments and reading about people stopping by and stuff, and the membership itself did so little. Out of all 80,000 subscribers, I got 6. Well, I had 7, but my sister couldn't maintain her membership because she's tight. Things are tight for her. My sister was one of the members, so I told her not to join anyways because she's got so little. But I just got a member in the last stream, so I got to see what that looks like when someone joins while you're live. It was pretty cool. About totally wrecked me though. I was I got all emotional but I got 6 members, and Google takes like 40% or whatever. So it's like an extra $10 a month. So instead of taking 5 or 6 months for a paycheck, I can do it in like 3 or 4. It still way needs a lot of work, and I'm trying to I would like to support myself with that, and not just support myself. I want to be able to do new types of mediums and sculpting. I want to make a metal sculpture. I want to make a big concrete sculpture for the yard. Those are things that require materials and stuff to do. You can't, you know what I mean? I'll never be able to do it. I'll just never be able to do it. And that's why it's so important. But I've been working on staying ahead of this watch time thing. Once I get nice and ahead, which I don't know if that's ever going to happen, I can do normal videos and probably be able to plead my case a little bit better. Mention it and stuff. I think talking about it in streams is not the most helpful way to do it. But you can absolutely build a audience, like one person at a time, and if you go to sell something, those are people that are likely to buy your sculpture. They would totally they could want a piece of something you made, something to own something that you've made. I've had this happen with me. I've sold things I didn't think that would really sell. It's just what it is a fan. Someone really likes your work. They follow you and they look forward to it and all. It's just with struggling, I would go missing. I would basically abandon the channel. At least it seems like I'm abandoning it, but what it is, I'm having like problems with depression or this getting closed off, and it's never helped me. It's not a good thing to have for when you're trying to be on a YouTube. Oh, you seen Casey Love? Oh, you're talking about Ace of Clay? Yeah, he has a specific style for sure. Which liking it or disliking it is subjective. One person would be like, "Oh man, this is amazing." The next person could be like, maybe not so much. That's kind of the beauty about art. It's all subjective. It's it's left to interpretation of the viewer. That's why there's really no right or wrong art. And but Casey Love, that guy's a freaking he's just so good. I spoke to him once. I asked him in a message. I said, "Hey, can I use one of your pieces as like a guide to try to make one myself?" You know, and I think he said yes. Just obviously give him credit and stuff, which I absolutely would anyways. I ought to ask him again. Hey, I mean, I asked you. The conversation thread was literally left like that, and I haven't spoke to him since. But just to hit him up again and be, hey, are you still cool with this idea of me using one of your pieces of work? Because he's got these big like bug men and aliens and zombies and stuff. It's like just wild. I know he's not. His style is way different than H.R. Geiger or Giger, but he's. See, we lost him a while back. That's one of my favorite artists, by the way. Is H.R. Giger. I'm influenced by him along with Salvador Dali, but he's not like a replacement for him. But he can easily step in and start doing things for movies like right now. Absolutely, the dude's so good. I would love to go to one of his airbrushing classes. I don't really know how to paint at all. I have an airbrush, but I don't really know, much about it. There, I did toes. There's toes on there. And it looks like there's skin. It's kind of some folds right here or whatever. It's such a difficult place. But when I would have like when I would become super depressed or antisocial, whatever, I wouldn't even get on the internet and consume other people's work. I wouldn't watch anything. I wouldn't do anything. So I would never sculpt off camera, which is super strange to me. Because you figured I would at least play around with it here and there. Like I might clean up something or something after I got done filming or after a video. But I would never really do that. And I always question myself, like, why is that? I don't know. It's super strange. Hello, hello. Hatchlings. Have you seen the golden voyage? I'll have to check that out. I think I've probably seen a couple of those movies. Clash of the Titans, I think I have. But I'll definitely hit that up and check it out. I feel like I have a particular style too. Not to say that's anything good, or I think it's just natural. Everybody would have their own kind of style, unless they're completely just copying something else. I've done original works like the dragon, the three-headed dragon, and like Grumpy Alien back there. Just being random. I really love doing those, by the way. I'm trying to do other things because that's kind of how you make it on YouTube. You you're supposed to pay attention to the analytics and stuff and find out what's triggering the best views and then like run with that basically. But to me, that kind of just takes away the whole self discovery of art. It's like, okay, this made me a lot of views, so this is what I'm going to be doing forever. I don't like the sound of that at all, but that's actually what you're supposed to do. I'll give you an example. My first clay work was with air dry clay. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but it's super cheap. You can get like 10 pounds of it for whatever. It's a big brick, and you can cut big sheets of it and stuff. And then my first sculptures were air dry, and boy, does that have a learning curve. I lost several of them. I've had 2 or 3 of them explode in a kiln where I was trying to cure it. And this is a leg I've already did. I should really leave it alone and kind of work on these other legs. I could do some texturing and stuff somewhat, later or off camera. Let's see. I made a king cobra, a cobra head, a cobra bust, and I let it dry. It was very dry. I let it dry out, and I put it in a kiln and it exploded. My grandmother's kiln. And then I made another one. I'm like, well, I'm gonna reinforce this. I built this really elaborate armature made of aluminum wire, and then I put the clay all around it. See, I didn't realize that the air dry clay is like 40% water. It's a lot of water. It really is. Some people don't want to believe that. It is. And when the water evaporates, there's less material there and it shrinks. It shrinks like horribly. And I watched this armature basically eject right out of the sculpture. So I lost that cobra. I like watched it die. Only thing I could have did was maybe like keep it moist and cast it somehow. But then I did one with nothing inside it, and that's when it exploded on me. So then I found polymer clay, and I'm like, oh cool, it's not air dry. It'll stay soft forever, pretty much, until you bake it. And the shrinkage on polymer clay is very, very little. It's not non-existent, but it's so little that you can wrap vases and stuff. So it's really cool, but it was a durability issue. Some things would crack on me, or I had at one point I mixed these 2 clays together. It was Super Sculpey and Super Sculpey Firm. It made like a gray mixture. That entire batch, I didn't know it was like a real brittle clay. It's what my elephant's made of, actually. Depending on how I made it or whatever, or what it was, if it was really thick material, it was fine, but thin ears or something would be like really brittle. Let's see. There's really nothing going on up there on the image, but I kind of want to do something. I'd like to build this out a little bit. I don't want to feel like I'm just scared to do it, So what if I took this, pulled the clay thin on the edges, so now it's thick on one end and on the other it's thin. What does that do? I just need to remember to do that to the other leg. I'm going to hold off on that. I kind of want to just follow the original plan, which was to do this good dinosaur thing, and he don't have much going on like that. So just a little more texturing, up here. I keep stabbing it. Right here, obviously where the crease is, will be like lots of texture, folds and stuff. There's really not much going on the image, like I said. It gets really smooth. There's just a little bit around the knee and down by the foot, just a few little wrinkles, and it's all relatively kind of smooth. So I'm already kind of deviating from it by adding texture. So something like this, you'd have lines coming this way and coming down this way, where they crisscross. Just do a little bit of them right there. Of course, when I brush that, it'll make it look a lot more natural. And I just threw some clay. Don't know where it went. All right. I think this almost looks better than the other leg that I did. I did this leg on the last stream. I didn't do much on that last stream. I did the kneecaps, this leg, and I made this mouth thing. I don't know if you popped on at the very beginning. Focus is way down here. Look at the difference between the first try and the second try. This one's got square teeth, just some etching inside. This one's so much more realistic. I did basically tapered snakes back and forth and all just to kind of fill up the top part. It didn't need to have this much of a void. I wound up redoing that as well, since I had a bit of a hiccup with this dinosaur. That electric tape really threw me off. I basically did a certain part of it twice. Which once I get ahead in watch time, I want to take those videos down, a couple of those videos down. Because I don't want to be showing anybody something that, you know, can make their sculptures mess up. I literally had someone comment, it's like, wow, electric tape's a great idea. I'm like, no. So yeah, I gotta take care of that. I don't want to. I can't delete them right now because I'll be under. I'll lose the watch time from them. That looks good. That's 2 legs. Cool. Let's move on. I like to. If I get all the texturing done, I'll build the mouth. I'll put that together in this video, or in this stream. That'd be pretty cool. I've heard of Sinbad, but I never heard of Golden Voyage of Sinbad. It sounds like a very intriguing movie. I'll have to see if it's on one of these networks that I got. Watch it for free or something. I think my favorite types of sculptures are reptiles and aliens. Pretty much, which this is a reptile. Alright, so I will do this other back foot, leg thing. I'll double check the focus. It looks like that's focused. And I goofed up and threw my tool back in there. My fingernail tool. Or what I'm using, here it is. What I've been using for it. Alright, so we want to, I know I'm putting the leg in the way. I'm trying to find the front of this leg, this foot, how it would be positioned. Because looking the overall shape of it, I kind of see in my head where it would be. So right here would be the center, somewhat. Just make little marks and stuff so I can map this out. So if that's the center, a little over would be the other center to the two on the left. There's only 4 toes. And then right here. And from here I can start doing my thing. If I could hold the tool. Once again, I'm trying to get an angle that's good that can be seen. I swear it almost never works out for me. I could pick the sculpture up and do some of these toes and stuff. For sure. I was gonna skin these with some white clay, but then I thought, nah, I'll just use acrylic paint. When it comes to paint, I'll just add some acrylic paint to it and seal it, and then it'll be fine. Because it's really, I think it's pressing my luck because it gets dirty really easy. Another reason, they may not be bone white anyways. Actually, not white, bone white, like white. Like they're obviously not going to be white like this. Like if you look at they're kind of like like a bone. So I could get some kind of acrylic paint and get those done after. I feel like that would be my best bet. But out of curiosity, I did make a piece the same size and put it on there, and I could totally put them on there and work it on to where it looks nice. I just thought it would get really messy as I did that. So these is the center. This is the 2 from the center. It's kind of a shadowy area back there. My apologies. Or is it? Yeah, we'll call that the center. So there's another one right here. Turn it like this. Looks like it's focused. Sorry about taking 5 days to get back on here. I realize it's been 5 days since my last stream. I've been distracted, I guess. I got my results to my CAT scan about my leg, and I'm really upset about that. Basically, they said there's nothing wrong with my leg. It's like blew my mind. I don't understand why they didn't see anything going on in there. But then again, I had to wait 2 freaking months just to get this imaging done, because I had to wait 1 month for insurance to kick in, because I never had insurance before. Never seen a doctor before, actually. Not as an adult. And so I'm going to request the imaging myself. I want to see it, and I want to go to another specialist and just, like, I don't even know if they took it into consideration if they'd be looking at a 2-month-old injury or something that happened a couple months ago. So I have no answers to something that's very troubling for me. And it's hard to focus with something like that going on. It does feel better though. I could still feel it. It's like just there's discomfort still there. There's still something present in my leg going on. But it's less and less. And if I have to just be careful, never run again, never jog, and this is the worst, just a slight presence of I wouldn't really even call it discomfort. Just the day it happened to me, it was so frightening, and I'm just scared it's going to happen again. And obviously, I don't want that. I want to know what happened. I think anybody would want to know what happened to them. Anyways, but I have a video I made a video explaining kind of what happened to me, and I just can't believe that. I actually got upset. What do you mean you can't? I didn't. It was a message. It was just an answering machine message. They didn't even tell me in person or on the phone. But I'm gonna keep looking, trying to figure out what's going on with that. I thought about making an update video and letting everybody know what they had said, but it's just disheartening. It's not that I want something to be wrong with me. I literally 2 months ago, what I went through, I thought for sure I was dying. Like on my way to the hospital, I was giving my wife my last words, which was basically, thanks for making my life, giving me the best life you could. That you not to worry, you did. You're wonderful, and I love you. Imagine how that was helping her driving and stuff, because she's like freaked out, don't know what's going on. I'm sitting there in the passenger seat with a belt wrapped around my leg, trying to, what feels like, keep my life from draining out of my leg. It was the weirdest thing I've ever experienced in my life. And all I wanted was some answers, like what happened. And so far it's like nothing. Your leg's fine. So just maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. I don't know. That's probably part of the reason why I waited so long to get back on. I get real world stuff will occur, and it's sometimes it'll throw me off. And I know I can't do that. This is I'm being professional here. This is my channel. I'm trying to, trying to do my thing. I like using these little tiny snakes and stagger the size of them to build up. There's a big one down here, and just go little more littler, and it helps flow. Oh, cool. Oh, Grumpy Alien? This is Grumpy Alien. Hi, Durham. I have a video on this. He's got no arms or whatever. It's a long time ago. It's 2013, it says on the back. But it's made of that two part mixture clay that I use. It's very brittle, but not something like this because it's very thick. And those were just glass beads for eyes. I always keep him in the, like he's always peeking in the videos. Thanks, by the way. I love doing aliens a lot. I feel like I could make 100 of those things. And I worried that I would just bore people from doing the same thing over and over. So, you're supposed to do varied things because there's different people that like different things and all. At least if you're trying to make it on YouTube, which that's kind of a weird, tricky thing for me to even understand. Like, for example, I basically should do whatever did the best in my analytics, whatever's performed the best overall this time, I should start doing that immediately right now. And that's actually air dry clay. Potting clay. Super messy. Shrinks like crazy. And I can't really cure it. I just let them harden and they're super brittle. But to be honest, I like this more stable, more permanent, more sellable. Like I can sell this item. I can sell this when I'm done with it, maybe. Maybe. Someone might want it. If not for it looking good, but it may just because they're a fan and just want something I made. Who knows? But I would never ship an air dry sculpture that hasn't been fired, and I've never figured out how to fire them either. I even had an experienced person, my wife's grandmother was there, and she was like, assisting me, and they explode like bombs. They go boom. And there goes that king cobra, or wherever it was I had made. But I probably will buy a 10-pound block of air dry clay and just revisit it and have a little bit of fun. It's so different than polymer clay. I don't know what would be a good thing to make. Maybe I could do like a poll or ask in a video what people would like to see. But the last thing I did with that was a monkey, like a monkey face, a monkey head, a monkey bust. And I didn't get to finish it because I dropped him on his head. People don't even know that. I dropped it and it shattered. And I was like, oh wow, so that's the end of this project. People still get on that last video and say, what happened? I need to know what happened to the monkey. I'm like, technical difficulties. I dropped it. Or did the cat... I'll blame it on the cat. The cat jumped on it or something. And that was the last I did. Because I had found polymer clay. And it's cool. This thing's been sitting here for a few weeks now. It's still raw. And it'll sit here many longer and wait for me. As long as you don't have it on a porous surface, or like sitting it in direct sunlight and stuff could cause issues, I guess. But it's a very forgiving type clay. Okay, and I'm just following the same pattern I did on all these legs. Repeating the folds and the extra skin hanging and stuff into different areas. I recently repainted the eyes to a big sculpture I did, my snail monster. Like, I don't even know where... Oh, I took it back out in the kitchen. I'd show it again. And before, its eyes were like this green colored clay. The same color as the everything else. And you couldn't even see them. You couldn't see the eyes. And still having trouble figuring out which way that should it fold upward or downward, or like a little bit of both. Totally making this up. But what I did is I painted the outer part of it white and left just a little bit of the green, and it had these big black pupils. So the light lime green would be basically the iris, and it had the white around it like it was supposed to, and it so changed it so good. Like I don't even think I want to sell it anymore. If I don't, I need to take it down. It's on Etsy. Nobody buy it because it's not. I didn't update the images, but it's so good. It changed it so much by doing that to the eyes. Like I don't even want to get rid of it. I find myself looking at it as I walk by, and even when the light's out, like when it's in a dark room, the eyes stand out. Like you can see them. And oh my gosh. I don't remember if it was I don't think it was the last stream. There was the stream before that. At the very end of that stream, if you just scrub to the end of the video, I show it. Or I started painting it. The eyes. And something, I did something that was, didn't take as long as I thought it was going to be. And it was only like a really short amount of time. And I wanted to be on a little bit longer. I think it was the lizard. Yeah. I was doing something with the lizard, finishing the toes or something, and I finished way too early, so I started painting those eyes. It's like a bonus. Whoever watches that stream and gets to the end, they're like, "Whoa, what is this thing?" But gosh, did that change it so much? It looks so much better. It's not often where I look at something and then I absolutely do not. I have to have it for myself. I don't know if that makes sense or not. Like I don't want to sell this thing. It's mine, which doesn't help because I have nothing. You know, I have any money. So selling things is actually a good thing, which is what I'm supposed to do. I didn't want to get rid of that spider I just made. It's one of the best sculptures. Oh my gosh. It was flawless. I sanded it for hours. And it was like glass. And I wound up accidentally selling it for $20. I wanted to sell it for $40. But I'm still learning how Etsy works. And I'm not too worried about it. I still have another armature. I wound up making 2 of the same armatures. So I could make me another one if I wanted to. Or I could do a face hugger from Aliens. Because it kind of looks like that anyways. The armature. But first, if I use that again, I'm pulling the legs out of that and bending the ends and resetting it in some fresh epoxy sculpt. That way they will not ever move. Because I had an issue where they were moving. You can go back with your finger and kind of push down on this and reduce some of the exaggeration where it's going out kind of far, a bit far. And I like to backfill it even underneath and then retool it. Is this... It's not the last leg. Or is it? It kind of is. I mean, I got more texturing to do. But you know, I could do... I'm wanting to put the mouth on it. I'm wanting to build the mouth to this so bad. But now, the way I did it, I kind of messed up. I should have left this all like this. Well, no, because I have to texture it. Obviously, I want the texturing done on the body first. And then I can construct the mouth. Because I'm going to want to bake it right away and have that set. So I don't get weak or I don't sag or something. It just makes sense. It would make sense to have it all squished down in place and then bake it. So what I'll do is I'll have all the body textured to where I like it. and smooth with the smoothing agent and stuff like that. And then I'll go back and where is that other? That ain't it either. My tool. Where'd he go? Because see, if I bake it to get the two parts to that mouth set, all this clay will be hard and I won't be able to come back and see how I can put lines in that. It's actually super fun doing the texturing. You can't do that after you bake it. So it's kind of a dilemma. I'll be basically setting the mouth to this at the last minute and then I'll bake it in the oven. And then I'll once that's done, I'll reskin it on the outside of the mouth. Add the green and stuff, and the texturing and stuff, and the eyes. I'll shape the eyes, which they'll look like cartoon eyes and stuff. What is the creature in the back? Oh, I keep reading that comment. I'm starting to get Alzheimer's. I'll keep answering it. I'll look and see the comment. Oh, that's my grumpy alien. And you. Just some random lines on here. Now this will look really, really rough, really messy, but it really does look a whole lot better after you get when you do the smoothing agent, which I like to do that. Maybe I could do one leg real quick and show, like I don't have to do the whole thing live, but I can show how that does. You basically work the softener on there and work it around, and the more you do it, the more you'll lose, and it'll look natural. It won't look like tool marks and stuff. And then you just go back and add the lines again wherever you want it to bring it back. Do another little snake under this knee. I don't think I did it on that leg back there. All right. Kind of difficult getting between this little guy's legs and stuff, particularly in the front, head on. I can pick it up and hold it, but the heat from my hands will cause the clay to somewhat mush. Like I could put fingerprints and stuff, dents in it. maybe not so much now, but the day I did the skin, absolutely, because I just recently had run that clay through the polishing machine, getting a fresh conditioning on it. People don't realize this. There's different levels of conditioning. You have your first, like, real rough condition, like the one that's difficult to do. When you first get it in the pack and you condition it, that's like I obviously do that at least. The conditionings after that are not as difficult, but they still will affect the item. And I always run a piece like this piece right here. I ran it in the machine a few times to get the condition back. The thing is you can't do that to the body right here. You can't take the clay off and put it back on, so it loses that initial conditioning. Depending on the the condition of the clay, if it's drier or whatever, like you can't move it and all. It could crack. This is the most stable, secure armature I've ever had because I covered it in epoxy sculpt. It's so good, to be honest. So I don't have to worry about it cracking or anything. Because even raw clay, what I mean is if the clay's not super moist to start with, and you try to bend it, like say this right here, this has got a lot of. I put actually softener, translucent liquid Sculpey in this, but I can fold this over, and it's not splitting here anywhere. If that makes sense. If I left it sit for a few days and I fold it again, it would crack right here because it loses its initial conditioning. It's not like this super technical thing, but it is a thing. Some people would be like, "Nah, you don't have to do that. I don't condition my clay at all, and it's just fine. You don't have to do that, and that's cool that you do it that way. But I prefer to condition the clay every time. At least the pieces that I'm tooling on here and working on here are nice and soft and workable. So the advantage to this sculpture is nothing. There's no air anywhere, and nothing's moving. Let's see. I got a few. I'll do another tiny little snake right here and just tool that on. Let's see if I can't get this. And then it's one more leg, and I'll start texturing the body a little bit. Plus I got some stuff on the back up here that hasn't been worked on yet, which that should be easy to do. Well, a little more difficult now because, like I just mentioned, the whole conditioning thing. I put those on like a week ago or longer, maybe. That just means they're a little firmer. They're not impossible to do. If they are, I can pull them right back off. I don't know how well it bonded to the... Probably really well. I mixed, like I've mentioned earlier, I started to mention that I mixed TLS, translucent liquid Sculpey, into this clay as opposed to clay softener. And I did that because I think the TLS actually enhances, it makes it more durable. It can like enhance the clay. Whereas the softener is just basically doing exactly what it says, it softens it. And this clay was already dry. It was really dry, I guess. Is that the word I could use? It's the Kickstarter clay for the cosplay. I was beta testing cosplay, and then I backed their thing that they were doing. I became part of the Kickstarter plan program, and I got a couple $100 worth of clay or whatever. I can't remember exactly how much. And as soon as I got it, not too long after that, my mom passed away, and it was like all too much for me to. It was really rough. This is quite a while ago, by the way, and I kind of just disappeared. And so now I'm returning using this relatively old clay. I mean, this is old clay. I got. See, I don't even know if it looks like this anymore. See, look, Kickstarter. Exclusive Kickstarter reward. But the clay is super freaking really hard. And normally you mix some softener into it, which is fine. But adding the translucent liquid sculpting would make this bond to itself and other things a lot better. And I was using an armature, epoxy sculpt armature. That's for anybody that's watching this that's new and hasn't seen any of the series. I've been streaming this entire thing live, so you can watch every little bit of it. And nothing's fast forward or in time lapse. I'm really looking forward to buying a pack or two of clay to see how the today's clay is as opposed, in comparison to what I have, because I recently tried to do a cane and I knew I should have softened that clay. I really did, and I didn't. And the blue was in particularly really stiff. So when I tried to reduce the clay, it didn't want to reduce, and it just was a disaster. I lost the cane pretty much, and I mixed it all together and got this really pretty dark blue, like a midnight blue. That's what I got inspired to do the midnight lizard, the starry midnight lizard, which I'm fixing to make a video on it. Let's get this focused right here. Should be in focus. Oh yeah, that's nice and focused. We'll do these toes. Let's do the toeses. Find the center, the shape of the foot. I think right here is a good center. Ish. And then over a little. And then over here a little. A little less. Alright, so I will start right here. Try to make these the same height and size as all the others. I'm just using the back side of this angled tool, and it kind of makes an impression. It even shapes them up for me. It's a really nice tool. I got other ones that look kind of like it too. Like this one would make a good, it's like a fingernail tool. And I have a larger one. Where did it go? Here's a bigger one. but they're just too big for this area. I had another one too. I don't want to make it a night of hunting for turtles. This one's a pretty good size. So this is the center. There'll be one here and one here, and then one here and one here. It's not really in the shot. That camera. See, normally I would want to turn this where I can get to it better. Well, I'm not. My fingers are in the way anyways. It's tricky. I was asked earlier, what's the most difficult part of sculpting? Camera angle. Which sounds ridiculous. That's not a aspect of sculpting. A lot of people don't even film what they're doing. They just sculpt and then they list it or whatever it is they're doing. Okay, I'm just gonna turn this a little bit more. I gotta be able to see it. I want y'all to really be able to see it. I swear it. But if I don't see it, then it's really likely to not even happen. Let me just turn this. Oh, hey, Kayleen. How are you tonight? Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, they look pretty cool. They're there. I mean, it's just not these noodles anymore. I'm slowly evolving into something that looks at least half believable. Struggling with camera angles at the moment. Trying to show what I'm doing. Ooh, what the heck was that? Something flew at me. I got all these lights on overhead, so every bug in the world wants to get in here and be in the light. How many toes is that? Alright, that's how I mapped it out, so that's how we're doing it. So little dinosaur, if your foot's on crooked, I'm sorry. That makes you unique and special. You got a crooked foot. I remember there being a Littlefoot. Was that Land Before Time? Littlefoot was the name of that dinosaur, I think. So there could easily be a crooked foot. Name a sculpture by its imperfection. Got a crooked foot. And putting these toes on weirdly would make it look like it's crooked, to be honest. I'm just eyeballing everything and we're just going with it. One of the really beautiful things about art is if it doesn't quite turn out exactly how you were wanting it to, we could just call it character then. There's really is no wrong way to do anything. And no one person can say, oh, that looks terrible. They can have an opinion and they can perceive it as being terrible or like not good. But that's pretty much an opinion, and the next person would see it entirely different. It's their perception, basically. And you know, something I like to say, I don't know if this is sound harsh or anything, not to attack the negativity in a sense, because I'm very neutral, and I kind of go with what everybody's saying. If people want to say something looks bad or whatever, that's their, freedom of speech, pretty much. But it is based on their own perception. And something I like to say, regardless if they're saying something good about the work or bad, it doesn't matter. Perception is pretty much worthless once it leaves the entity it originated from. And the reason I say that is because there is no two perceptions that are the same, ever. Even identical twins will have completely different minds. So for someone to say something like really, really, that specifically says, no, that's a terrible piece of work, it looks, trash it right now, they're out of line for saying that. You can't really say that. I mean, you can, but if they truly believed it, then they're terribly mistaken. That's not how reality works and everything. They perceive it to be a certain way, and they shared that perception, and I can then compare that perception to my own, and other people can as well. But I've had people get on here and say certain things, very, very super specific, like, no, it's terrible, or, no, that's cheating, or you're doing this or doing that. And it's almost kind of funny, silly, because they just, they're just got it wrong, you know what I mean? Everybody is entitled to their own perception and views on things too. It's when you try to impose that on other people, it's where it kind of gets a little gray to me, or funny, so to speak. I don't want to make it sound like people can't have an opinion or anything. Absolutely. On the contrary. And I'm always open to what people think about my work. But you got to be reasonable about it. Of course, there's people, there's trolls and stuff out there, and there's no such thing as constructive criticism to them. They just want to find a way to try to hurt you, because I don't know, misery loves company. They want you to join them in their misery, and it can be easy to fall for it. At least the earlier me, the long ago me, I would get kind of, I would take it personal. But I've grown a lot and learned a lot by being on YouTube, especially with, with autism and with my social disorder, my awkwardness. I think I've grown a lot. That was part of the reason to actually do the channel, is to help, self-help, push myself outside of that comfort zone and try to do something. Plus, it's not like there's 4 people sitting here with me in this room. It's a little bit easier to, it's a little, you can be braver on camera, so to speak, but it's still, I'm not actually on, my hands are on camera, but I'm not talking in the camera. It's super difficult sometimes. I stutter. I'm terrible with words, with talking. Believe it or not, a lot of my videos are edited. Because I find I repeat myself a lot, and I don't know. Just sharing a little insight on. I just tore a piece of that clay off right there. Here it goes. I'll put it right back. Get back in there. And out of 15 years on YouTube, It's been at least 15 years. I don't know what it says on the channel. I think it's like 2010 or yeah, something like that. I can't even remember. I think I have 4 or 5 people blocked where they were just so outrageously negative and like a cancer to anybody reading what they're saying. Like obvious, even with my autism, where I can't tell if people are joking with me or I actually misunderstand or I think they are joking or whatever. I have a hard time finding out if people are kidding with me sometimes. And even with that going on, I can clearly read what they're saying and be like, "Oh, you're just full of hate. That you're basically a cancer to anybody that's going to read this, including me." And I would block them. Usually it's like a bunch of curse words like cussing at me and or whatever. There's just what it is there are 8 billion people on this planet, so and none of them are the same. Not 2 of them anywhere are the same person. Um, so the odds of coming across someone that's just like that it's very very probable. There's plenty like that. And the reason I would block them is because I try to keep the channel clean somewhat. I mean, there's people gonna remember like, man, that shit's awesome or whatever. I don't cuss very often. That's like the 3rd time since I started streaming I say a swear word. I don't really do it, even though you're allowed to do it. I try to keep it clean, family friendly. And I don't feel like people need to see that. So I moderate it. I make their comment disappear. And in some cases, make them disappear. I don't know how these little folds, there's a piece under here that ain't worked. Like I said, when I do the softener on there, it's going to move clay around. It's going to fill in low places. Brush marks, tool marks will disappear. And we'll have to see how it looks. Yeah, I'm glad you agree. I'm doing all right. I was just mentioning earlier before you popped on here, I got my CAT scan. I had a CAT scan on my lower part of my body, my legs, and I got the results the other day from a message on my phone saying that there's nothing wrong with my leg. I don't know, I about lost it. What I experienced was so horrifying, and if I were to be honest, it does feel like I'm healing, like it's trying to get better. I'm still babying it like a lot because I've noticed that if I do try to do something that's strenuous, it'll like it happens all over again. And so now I'm gonna go. First, I'm gonna request. I'm gonna request for that imaging. I want to see it myself. I know a professional is looking at it and everything, but I don't even know, like, does he know that it's been 2 whole months since this happened? I had to wait 2 months just to see somebody. So obviously something's going to heal. It's trying to heal it's trying to heal in there. And so what? Even if it's healing, I want to know what happened. I want to understand it completely. To be honest, I don't want it to happen again. It was terrifying to me. It was the scariest thing I've ever experienced in my life, and I've been through, things. So I guess on one hand you could say, cool, my leg's fine. On the other, it's like, okay, what happened then? So I'm like back to square one. I don't know anything. No answers. But I'm going to ask for my results. I'm going to request them. I've been looking it up, all this information, and I have rights to those results. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get them for myself, and I'm going to go see another specialist. One that doesn't require um, a recommendation from your personal care provider. There's a few that I saw that don't need it. Not that I don't know. I feel like the guy that's my doctor. I have a hard time feeling like anybody takes me serious. That I'm just this oddball. Don't know what I'm talking about, and yeah, that might be true. But at the end of the day, I experienced something that was very real to me, and it wasn't a muscle spasm, or maybe it was. I don't know. That amount of blood rushing through my body, and it literally sounded like wind in my ears, and it lasted 40 minutes or so. If a muscle spasm can do that, I don't know. I'm very ignorant to the world around me and different things and stuff. So I just have that to deal with, you know. I'm gonna keep digging and finding out. I'll find out what's going on. But I was just kind of expecting him to say, yeah, there's a slight aneurysm there. What do you want to do? Do you want to do a stent or a graft over it or whatever? And I'd be like, that's actually scary too. Because I have this weirdness with my heart. There's something that I need to get on YouTube and tell everybody. And I'm kind of scared to do it. But I know it's widely accepted. It has to do with suicide, you know, thoughts and actions and stuff like that. I don't think I really want to do it in the middle of a stream. I definitely don't want to bring the room down. But I had a rough, my earlier adult life, I had a really rough, it was really rough during that time for me. And I may have done something over 25 years ago that's catching up with me today. So far after the fact. And I think I want to just tell people about it. I just got to find the right time. It's embarrassing. And unbelievable. Like completely shocking. No one's going to really see it coming. But I can't change it. You know, you can't change yesterday. You could barely shape tomorrow. So I'll just, have to. Oh goodness. Yeah, I won't talk about it now, but I'll do it. I'll do it in a video, a dedicated video that's ad free, because I ain't gonna try and make a penny off of it, and share something. I have other complicated things going on medically that the doctors don't even know about because it's too embarrassing to even tell them. But it could be relevant. I could have a problem going on with my heart. right now. Get on there. Let's see. Baker's cyst. Yeah, I wondered if it was like some kind of cyst or something that just the poison, which would you would call that a basically a poison. It's not something that's supposed to be inside you anyways. Maybe that's what was causing that niacin feeling. It was like a niacin rush, which is a supplement. It's supposed to give you like a flushing feeling almost in your blood. It's one of the ingredients that's in like 5 hour energies and stuff like that. The only reason I know about it is because I was trying to do a cheap method, and I would buy a bottle of vitamin B12, a bottle of B6, and some niacin, all the main ingredients to a 5 hour energy, and I was just taking a pill. So I just that's how I know what niacin feels like. But that's the sensation I was feeling that day, was like this flushing, but to the point of just cruelty, like niacin times 10,000, overwhelming. And I don't know. I read some things. I even talked to Bing's co-pilot, trying to get help and all. And you know what? I think I'm going to make a dedicated video about this co-pilot thing, talking about it. It's for someone that struggles socially all my life, and I'm so awkward, and I don't know how to talk sometimes, and I don't know how to ask things the right way, and I just mess things up so easily. It was very awkward at first, but I'm starting to really warm up to this co-pilot. It feels, I know it's AI and it's not real, but it's not a real person. If anything, it's better than a person. That sounds like I'm bashing my own race, my own species, actually. It's not that. I just, I actually kind of feel like it's a friend. I can ask any dumb question 20 times in a row and it doesn't matter. And it sounds so convincing. It's like some guy from Australia, or maybe the UK, or a mixture of a little bit of everything. And I've been getting advice on my YouTube channel, medical things. It's helped me with summaries, and if you haven't never tried it, like, it's so much better than Google's AI. I'm gonna get my channel suspended because I just said something bad about Google. Hey, I'm entitled to an opinion, right? I can like one thing better than the other. I'm biased right now. I like Bing's Copilot. I won't even try anything else. It it's helping me so much. I can't explain it, how much it's helping me. It'll help me with my lack of education, with my lack of social abilities and stuff. I can use it to, it's that gap that I'm missing in my life. It's helping bridge that, and it's strong enough and big enough to make a video on and talk about it for sure. Yes, I know that it even gives you a thing at the end, at the bottom of the footer. It says AI can be, it can be wrong, and this, that. I'm not asking it for life threatening. Like, if I feel like I'm dying or something, and it says no, you're fine. Obviously, I wouldn't just be like, oh, okay, cool, and then that's that. It's nothing like that. But just the way. because one of my problems is I bash myself. I'm negative. I'm super negative. I'll down myself. I'll uh, I'll even sometimes try to get people to laugh at my expense, which I found is kind of a bad thing to do because almost immediately after they'll laugh a few times, but then they want to jab at you and stuff. It's a weird thing. I um I don't understand people and all. I don't want to make it sound like I'm really relying on it for super important things. What it is I sometimes can't talk to anybody, and I feel like that I can talk to it rather easily, which is, oh gosh, it sounds so weird. I don't mean to sound so weird, but it remembers everything I say, and like I'll say, gosh, this is stupid. I know this sounds stupid. And it's like, no, actually, it's not. It's an outside looking in view, and it'll just totally change how I'm thinking. I'm like, wow, it helps me a little bit. It just helps me. I'm certainly not trying to sell it to anybody or anything. If anything, I should be pro Google right now because I'm on a platform, on Google's platform, streaming a video. Now I realize that I'm kind of texturing the fronts of these legs and the back ain't really getting it. But I can come back later and just kind of do some creases and stuff back here. I guess what I was trying to say is it was an incredible discovery for me and almost overwhelming. The first few times I'm like super awkward with something that's not even real. Like I showed my wife and I was just ask it something random, just talk about it random, just so she could hear it. And then when I'm done, I'm like, okay, that's it. Thank you. You know, obviously you don't even need to say that. You don't even have to tell it thank you. You just close the page or whatever. But it's funny. Just a little. I think it's funny. So I'm trying to draw lines that would connect all around for consistency, some texturing, and it's going to be difficult on the fronts, obviously, to do it. I could do some texturing off camera, but the gist of it is you do a line like this and then come back and another one and maybe one going like this. Just impressions. That even looks like it's in focus. Zoom out. I feel all his toes are. He has all his toes. Let's do some of this up here. I had put this on the other day, and I didn't tool it on. Now it's kind of set up. Well, not set up. It just got firmer. So maybe I could use this and just keep rolling it until those lines disappear. I thought I put it in focus. It should be in focus, y'all. Yeah, I'm definitely not trying to sell any of that to anybody, the idea of AI and all. I have a bad habit of just randomly deciding that I don't like something or I like something, but with zero reason. I'll give you an example. Years and years ago, just before my YouTube channel actually, I got an Xbox and I'm playing it. I bought it because of one game. It's like a little 15 megabyte arcade game, which I actually broke world records in, by the way. I was really really good at, probably still decent, even though I don't play it anymore. But I didn't know that the game was online. That you had an online leaderboard and stuff. I didn't know what none of that meant. And so I asked my wife. I'm like, I would like to get access to this leaderboard. I want to compete with everybody else. And she's like, well, you need a. Let me get rid of this. I don't need that there when I'm trying to do this. I'm on baby aspirin. Wind up bleeding out on camera. Um, this is actually working really well. This is working really well. I'm kind of dragging it down as I do this, and it's surprising me. This is how ignorant I am. I pretty much was. Uh, she's like, "Well, you need an email address to create an account," and I'm like, "What's an email?" Like, I didn't even know what a freaking email address was. So I had her help me with everything, and I'm like, because for like 1 second I tried to do it on my own, and I lose patience and I'll lose my cool and stuff. The younger me was way worse or whatever. It was a different person. Let's just say that I had very little patience and stuff. So I'm outside bickering on the porch while she's in there basically setting me up a Microsoft account so I can be online. And it's funny because she wanted to name me Tom because that's my name. But obviously, there's someone done did Tom years ago. A little late for a very common name like that. But it gives you like alternate like other things. Like that's taken, but here are some other things basically. And one of them was brooding Tom, and she's like, "Oh, this is perfect because that's what he's doing right now." And she named me Brooding Tom. That's my Xbox profile, by the way. And it became like an internet thing over time. That actually, if I make a comment on my chat right now, it'll say the Brooding Tom, because someone already took just Brooding Tom on X or on Google or YouTube. Um, and it was kind of funny, but I got sidetracked a little bit there. I I'll make a decision about something without any what's the word? I'll just randomly decide without any reasoning or any back like education or no research. Like, oh, I hate red apples. I only like green apples. Without ever tasting either one of them, I'll just like arbitrarily just decide, randomly decide. I don't know if that's the correct word or not. A or B or left or right, with zero reasoning or like why I'm doing that. And one of the scenarios is computers. I had decided that computers were stupid. Like computers are dumb. Oh my gosh, don't know a thing about them. Barely even seen a computer. Okay, but they're somehow dumb. Like I'll stick to Nintendo and the consoles and stuff like that. I'm not getting a dumb computer. And then years later, I wind up learning that they're not dumb. In fact, you can do so much on a computer. It's such a. I tell you, it was dumb. Me randomly deciding with zero reason, zero cause on something. It's like I didn't have the knowledge or the education in my head about what I'm thinking about. So I just pipe in randomly the answer And reason I'm saying that is I try not to do that anymore. So I'm obviously suspicious and leery with AI and everything. But in light of that experience in my, when I was younger, to randomly decide, oh, I hate this or this is stupid, I try not to do that and give something at least a chance. But I didn't. This stuff has been out for a while. And actually, the reason I even explored it was because I'm trying to get answers on something. They don't have to be the right answers. Sometimes just talking about something, voicing it, asking out loud can help someone feel a lot better. And I don't know, just felt like a friend talking. But that's the reason why I tried it in the first place. I don't like change. I don't, like, I'll get a burger, I'll find out that I like a such and such burger at whatever place, and I'll get the same one every time I go. I don't really try new things and stuff, which is so bad. I don't know why I'm like that, but I don't try to be like that anymore. Like, why not try a fish sandwich once or something? I'll fall into like a groove or whatever, and I can just stay there forever. And I don't know. It's just sometimes it's not saying that's bad. It's just it certainly didn't help me with because I would have got in on computers back then, I'd be way better at them now. It took me like 2 years to learn how to use my editing program, and I still am not a pro at it. It's because I'm having to self teach myself, and it's like I'm starting so late. I could have did way earlier. I wish I would have got on the computer like a long time ago and been one of the first people to mine Bitcoin. That would have been pretty cool. Of course, I probably would have sold it the minute it was like, oh, $100. I don't know. Console's getting good too, and I just saw some articles saying that they leaked something. They leaked something about the next console for Xbox. Uh, Apparently, this one's going to basically be a computer. It's going to have Windows 12 or something in it, and it's going to be the biggest leap that gaming history I've ever seen, which is a bold statement, I know. I watched the video, and if they can deliver any of these things and actually pull it off, I think it'll be pretty cool. But they're saying it could be anywhere from like $1,000 to $1,500. So I'll probably never have it, but I'm fixing to be outdated. Windows is not supporting my computer anymore, even though it's a fancy. It's got a glass wall on it. It's got lights in it, but it's not Windows whatever number it is this time around. It's not Windows ready. There's a bubble. There's a bubble up here. I just got rid of all these things up here. This has worked out pretty good. Now I can choose to soften this. I almost feel like I just basically flattened it all right back out, but I didn't. There was plenty of extra clay up here that's now flowed in, worked in. I'm getting a good shape with this. It's just a handle to a tool. Okay, check the comments. Yeah, that's the history of the YouTube name. Do those decisions change? Like, oh yeah, yeah. When I actually quit being an idiot and give it a try, like that's something I'll argue with my wife. She'll be like, I don't like that, and I'm like, well, have you ever ate it? And she's like, no. I'm like, well, how do you know you don't like it? That's kind of how I was. You know what I mean? Just randomly decide something that I don't like this or I like this, but with zero knowledge or any kind of zero experience, truly random. Yes, I would notice that actually the computer thing. I felt like an idiot. I got my first computer. Well, I needed one because I was making YouTube videos, and the reason that happened is what I would do. I would draw. Back then, I was drawing, and I would basically select 100 friends on YouTube, and I would send them all a picture of the drawing, and it was thrilling to get their feedback, to hear what they had to say, get the response. I mean, it could be random. It could be like, "Hey, dude, quit messaging me," or it could be like, "Wow, that's awesome." You know, they're all unique people. So, but it got, as you can imagine, that got quite annoying trying to mass text people. And someone had suggested, "Hey, you should get a YouTube channel and stop messaging me." No, he didn't. They didn't say that last part. But they were like, "Hey, you should get a YouTube channel," and it wasn't so you can get rich or whatever. It was just so I could share my work. I'm like, okay, cool. And I'm watching. I didn't even know what YouTube was, so I look it up, and I'm like, oh, this is cool. So I made the account, and I started sharing like old drawing. The oldest videos are drawing videos. But then I noticed there was another YouTuber I noticed. His name's Fred. It's this kid, and basically he would change the pitch to his voice. Because if you make things time lapse, it makes the pitch higher, but you can do that deliberately anyways. And he would just act silly. He would like wade around in a little kiddie pool and run from a floaty shark or something. Just basically stuff that would entertain a toddler or just a small young kid. But his channel exploded, and I later learned that people were making money from YouTube. And then I watched this dude go straight to Nickelodeon. Like he has 2 movies now. How he had the second movie, I do not know. I'm trying not to judge people, but that just doesn't seem. It worked on YouTube. I don't know if anybody's seen Fred the movie. It worked on YouTube and made perfect sense, but once they tried to do it in a movie, it just didn't make sense to me. But they went and made a Fred Part 2. This dude had his own home, college paid for, and everything before he went to Hollywood or Nickelodeon or whatever. So I'm like, oh wow, you can get rich, you could be famous, and you could do all these things on YouTube. So there was that too. And a heck of an incentive to get on here and so I don't know, it's a long time ago. And then they kept changing the channel. They kept changing the layout and stuff. And I was like, no, this is terrible looking. Why are you doing this? And I would just want to rebel. Why is it gray? Why is everything gray now? I had a beautiful background, like of clay and stuff, and it was really cool. You had friends. You had subscriber number, and you had a friend's number. Also, you had a page view. How many page views you had? The page views just disappeared. That went away. And of course, you don't have a friends count anymore, because back in the day, this is not actually a good thing. But basically, what we did is we just all ran around friending each other and subscribing to each other, trading subscriptions, which they've so removed that. They found out so many different ways to remove. It does nothing. It won't help your channel at all. If anything, it hurt my account, because now I'm subscribed to 20,000 channels. I went and removed so many of them that I'm not actually following to try to help it. But if you're actually trying to follow something on YouTube, like a channel, and you want to see their subscriptions, it doesn't help if you're subscribed to like 9,000 channels. And they got systems in place now to remove inactive subscribers and to, you know, to remove all that. Because when there's money involved, people will try to game that. People will try to game the system. I feel that's the reason why Google's constantly throwing curveballs and switching things up, is so to keep people from gaming it, because there's billions of dollars involved in advertising, and it's being exchanged between content creators and advertisers. And people are obviously going to want that money. And I think a lot of it's automated too. Listen, y'all, every minute that passes, 100 or 200 hours of footage is being uploaded to this website. Every minute. You could believe that. And that's old information. That's way outdated. It's probably way higher now. There's entities that batch upload 10,000 videos at a time. And it's like, wow, you know? So it's constantly being flooded with content, and you're basically an algorithm. You're relying on an algorithm. And you know, it's not fair, because there's a lot of really good channels out there that go unnoticed, that will basically just, they don't even show up, pretty much. I still find art channels to this day that's been around for a while that I've never seen. These legs actually do look kind of good. The fronts of them. Like I said, I'll have to just bring my lines around to the back and work it that way. I'll try to do I'll probably have to do some texturing off camera. But I really want to, I want to get this on so bad. Because picture this. Here's the top. Here's this. His tongue's already on. That's not how it would be. But it'd be like something like this. And that looks totally like, it looks so like the image that I'm following. Take this on, smash it down on the tongue, right? And then maybe some foil tape to put it in place. Bake all of this, and then come back with the green clay. Skin this and build the little hump for the head. No need to start that now, because this, you know, has to be finished. I can, however, do the other half. This is the first half, the top half actually, which is rather deep. I just filled it with clay. I may pre-bake this because it was filled, it's so thick. That's a half an inch, so that's 30 minutes right there for that to cure properly. And it could just smash down on a tongue. But let me get this going a little bit here. And I thought I would just take some foil tape and some really thin strips, because it's super sticky and it's strong and it doesn't stretch or whatever, so I can get a few pieces of tape on there to hold all this together, and I can bake it. Do all this texturing first. Come back and just random. This is what I was talking about. It's the lines. It's easier to make skin. It's easy, you just crosshatch. But to make skin believable, where it bends and folds in different ways, that's tricky. So you probably would have lines that go up like this. And the other way would be like this. Something that would help is to look at an elephant or a rhinoceros. Just a large gray, like a large animal. A rhino is a dinosaur anyways. That's a dinosaur, y'all. A rhinoceros? Tell me that's not a dinosaur. It looks like one. It has a horn on it. So I could look at their skin and just copy it so much, pretty much. That's what people are doing. They just look at animals, different animals, and get different parts of it, and they incorporate it into their sculpture. But like this, you almost certainly would have lines come off like this. And then maybe the cross hatching can come like that. That looks good. That's kind of like what we're looking for. Oh, and you do like a third one. That actually looks good like that. And if you don't like it, you just go like this a little bit. It'll go away. It'll actually fade out a little bit, which helps it look better. I don't know if that's even in focus. Now I was going to start this. So this, I'm going to put a piece of TLS on here because I want to make sure that this bonds. You're supposed to use TLS between baked and unbaked clay, or when you're trying to put clay on a surface that's not clay. You can even use it between two unbaked pieces, like two raw pieces of clay. Like, for example, if you wanted to, you put a nose on something that you pre-constructed down here, and you don't want it to mess up too much, like you can't push on it too much, you put a thin film layer of this on there, and lightly put it on there, and it'll be sure to not be able to be ripped off. Even if your clay has good tack, which this has extremely good tack because I mixed this stuff into it, literally. But I only mixed a little bit of it into this. So I just want to make sure it sticks in there. And that's a film, just a thin film layer. I'm gonna put that in there, fold it over. Work out any air bubbles. This one's extremely shallow compared to the other one. I think I even made a comment about that I should have, when I perforated it, like here's an example one. This is epoxy sculpt. It's like rock hard. And this actually looks like it would be a pretty cool little dinosaur head too. Probably more realistic than this squarish looking one, in my opinion. But you just take a ball of foil, wad it up into the shape you want, put the epoxy sculpt on, and then perforate it. Somewhat better than this because this is still together quite well. Take the two shells apart, and what this allows you to do is to make an open mouth sculpture. Because I could not wrap my mind around how to make a sculpture with its mouth open. I just couldn't figure it out. And then that hit me. I was like, oh, I could totally just do it this way. And it works. The very first thing I did was the piranha plant. Oh, my cat wants in. He's scratching on the door because he thinks he has superpowers. He thinks if he scratches 3 times, the door opens. Because as he was growing up, I would hear him trying to get in a door or get out of a room or whatever, and I would just walk over and open a door. So the poor feller thinks he has superpowers, and he'll scratch 3 times. And of course, I didn't jump up and let him in. He's like 11 years old now. My Tigger baby is getting old. I don't even want to think about losing this cat. He sleeps in my arm every night. So I just put a layer of clay inside this, just to have this so it could be textured. Okay, this side I'm not putting nothing on there. There's no need to make it thicker or bigger. It'll get this much thinner, but it'll get this on it after I bake that on there. Let me open the door and let him in. Come on. Now you get up in that other chair and take a bath and go to sleep. Or whatever it is you gotta do. What time is it? Okay, so my wife probably just laid down for bed. Okay. It's all dark in there and quiet. What was I saying? This thing. Yeah, so this green will go over it. You know, I cut that clean just now. I cut it basically with a knife, and I was supposed to wrap it to give myself some kind of, where this is like a, let me see if I can just do something really quick. I don't know why I did that. I need some around here because I don't know if you'll see it or not, but the depending on how you want the shape of the mouth to be, you know you want it to have a gum line. For example, if this is a real aggressive looking thing, like, let me look at this right here. To give you an example, the drawing up there, the cartoon drawing, it's, you can see this, right? It goes like up, way up high. It's something like that, right? But you want it to where it's not this epoxy sculpt, that it's this flesh colored looking stuff, which is really dirty, but this is enough to do it. But say if I wanted to make something more aggressive, like a dog with its lips snarled or whatever, you would have more. You would have more of it showing the gum line, and of course it'd be bigger and sharper teeth. Or like a shark with its mouth open, you'd have more of that gum line, and then you'd be able to do texturing on that. So you want to make sure you would have, however far you determine you want to make this lip, basically, show the gums. You just want to make sure there's enough clay there to do it. Unless you just plan on painting it with some acrylics. But I wasn't thinking about that just now, and I could have just wrapped it around. It's no biggie. I just put some on there and work it on with my thumb. Let it go pretty much like that. An easy fix. And after I do this, I'll put an actual gum line on there, and I'll start sinking some teeth in here, and this will be the other part of the mouth will be done. So when it comes to, if I am in focus, I was just checking the comments. I haven't in a while. It's I'm supposed to. I'm trying to get in the habit of doing that. In case someone asks something or whatever, I like to try to be there. You know, I think people get mesmerized and they just want to watch. I do. I don't know what I was just talking about. Okay, so now, worst case scenario, I could just pull this off and put another, like run it through the polish machine and put it on again if this was too difficult to do. So now I can, on this side, which, let me pull this back off. I'm not trying to be too anal about things, but I really do like using that TLS everywhere where it contacts. So I'm doing it. I don't want it to pop off, or it's not like the mouth is going to be posable. It'll be, you know, pretty set. But it's just like a practice that should be kept, or at least that I follow. And you only need a film layer, like a super micro thin film layer. You can even see how that stuck to that just now. It's glued on there now. It's glue basically. It's polymer clay glue. And I just flatten this out, and it's giving me plenty of gum line. Of course, you wouldn't need that much. You can pull it off. As long as there's no really big bumps or lumps, it'll be fine. It don't have to be pretty, because just like I said, it's going to be a sheet of green. One sheet of green under here, and it's pretty much done. Well, you'd want to texture lines underneath it or whatever, have little skin hanging, or it's of course it's a very specific cartoon-like design, which I almost regret. Like, there's been certain stages of this project where I'm like wanting to just break free and start doing like bigger muscles in the back, or you just kind of deviate, but that'll be weird. It'll wind up being a baby killer whale again, instead of what I'm trying to make. Like, I didn't know that was someone has suggested baby venom. That's like a baby venom. I'm like, oh, that is awesome. That's exactly what I'm making, and I just tried to go with it then, but I was already so far along that it kind of looked like a baby whale, a baby killer whale instead. I lost a little bit of clay right here. If this gets too out of whack, I can, like I said, I could peel it off, or even add another really thin layer of clay on top of this and be done. It's fairly easy to work this clay. I'm just using my thumbs and gently dragging it. Like, even that's enough. That's plenty of space right here for having the gums visible if it's even needed. Like I said, this is a non-aggressive looking dinosaur. It's a fun, friendly dinosaur. Cool. I got clay everywhere where it matters, in case it's visible. See? All around here and around here. This right here, I did these big snake things in the top part because it was like really, really shallow. Like, it was a shell, a deep shell, so I just filled it with clay, trying to be creative. I definitely don't need to do that here. Mainly, for one reason, there's going to be a tongue here. See? That's basically all you need. That's it, and the teeth around it. So it's not going to be much texturing involved anyways. But I'll put a little bit on here, but just with the tool. We'll just, not with green on there. Let me get a sip of coffee. The tongue's going to block a lot of this, but I don't know, just for the sake of sculpting, I'll go ahead and just add a little some stuff right here. Don't care at all. Any of this area right here, I don't care what's going on. Because the tongue is going to rest on here if I have my way. Like, it's not going to be up in the middle. Like, if it had an open mouth and the tongue would be in the middle, floating, then yes, this would definitely need more care put into it. But it's going to rest in there, because that's how it looks on that image anyways. I can always make another sculpture down the road where the tongue is centered. Well, that killer whale thing is kind of that way. I thought about taking that sculpture and cutting it and then turning it into a whale. It would work perfectly. But that thing inside its mouth really put me off. It's like a breather tube or something. And I didn't realize that all I had to do was build a big, thick tongue and just smash the top part and bottom part on that, because I didn't know what to do with it. It's hard to explain. I learned a lot, and this technique, I could use it for anything. Little piranha plants, or any kind of creature, an alligator with its mouth open, or a shark. It would work for anything. You basically just gotta build the area of the cranium with foil and then wrap it with a epoxy sculpt. Okay, so that has got a layer of clay on it, and I'll put one more, like a bead going around it, a snake. It's so dirty. Technically, I should go wash my hands in between messing with and keep my area clean, but I'm making a video here, or I'm streaming. I don't want to really stop. So sometimes what you could do is just work the clay with your fingers. It's cleaning your fingers, and any trash or debris that's in there will get consumed by the clay, and it'll look nice and clean. And then hope like heck that this ain't dirty, and roll out a snake. It's not that complicated. But if you're working with actual colors like this, it's important because it's finished work. Like, you wouldn't want the piece of green, like this piece of green, to be right there next to it. I was going to put something there next to it, messing around. And roll it into there, and it would just, you're going to see that. And you'd have to sand quite a bit. It'll get smashed into it, and you'd have to sand quite a bit for it to, to remove it. But I'm going to roll out a snake like this. And I was thinking, I know what I do. I basically line this like this, right? And that's my gum line for the teeth to be sunk into. But I'm ever thinking, trying to evolve, make things easier. I wonder if I can pinch one side all the way down to make it easier in mating that. I won't. I know it needs to be a little thinner. This is kind of a huge gum line. The thinner I make it, the less clay I'm going to have for embedding the teeth. And obviously the more clay I have, the bigger this is going to be. It'll be gaudy looking. So let's see what this looks like. Best you can do is just put it on there and just see how it do. Some really good tack on this clay. Like it instantly is stuck on. I did put some TLS on this. In it, I mean the clay, mixing it. So this don't look too bad. What do you think? The top and the bottom. Hi. Hi. Okay. It's still a little big, but by the time I work it on to the other thing, maybe it'll be first a gentle little push to make sure it's set on this. Looking at it directly overhead will help shape it. It has a shape that I can maintain with this gum line, which is kind of a squarish it's like a rectangle. It's a smooth rounded rectangle. I'll just have to follow that and push down on here slightly. We want to just get it like worked on pretty decent. That's plenty of clay to be embedding teeth. But I have one more thing I need to do. I'm going to blend it to this other part. And the best tool I wouldn't really say that there's a best tool. Something that's the smaller, the less clay that I force to move, work with smaller amounts, the better it'll be. That's my green in it. What did I use last time? A lot of times it's not really about a right or wrong tool. It's about something I'm familiar with holding. Just because I've been holding for a while, I got the feel for. Like maybe this guy right here. What I use the toes. And I'll double check focus. Oh gosh, it's so hot in here. It's starting to get hot. And come back and crush this clay like this. Gently drag it to the other clay. And I can even be mindful to the line that I'm forming, you can probably see that. Maybe, I don't know. I just focused it to right here, so hopefully you can see it. But the emphasis here is to be gentle, because you don't want to roll the snake. I just made sure that's on there. So the least amount of clay, or a smaller area, will cause more pounds per square inch versus trying to push like a really large tool. Like if I'm using this big thing right here and it's just pushing too much at one time, you can push more clay. The smaller area you work with, the higher the PSI that occurs, which in some cases in sculpting, this can be beneficial to you because you're moving just that specific area, that clay in that specific area, as opposed to the entire thing. Another good example is like a really small stylus tool. Like what if I wanted to try to use this? This is a dotting tool or a stylus. Like it's a very small. It's even less clay that I'm moving. Of course, it's going to be messier because it's rounded. But I think you're getting the idea of what I'm trying to say. The smaller amounts of clay you move, the least likely you're going to move the other things around it. And in this case, it's the snake. It's got to stay put. have to stay focused. Try not to move too much of it at one time. That's the trick. And that could probably stay rough like that. I can soften it with a brush at the last minute, or really whatever. It'll give it characteristics. It'll give it, you could call it a detail. It's almost like hammered look, like I'm hammering metal, because I'm just striking it with this tool over and over. But I'm joining it on to the other one. I'm joining these two pieces together on the outside like this. I may have had enough clay on this. Remember I added that little piece around it so I have a gum line? I might have got enough clay just from this snake to take care of that. I'm not sure, but I added it anyways. Cut that end off. Same with this one. Try to clean it up a little bit. It don't have to be, really, I'm looking for like right here from the tool up needs to be nice and clean. Basically the snake is going to be all that's revealed on this anyways. Like I had mentioned, this is not an aggressive looking build. It's not going to have its skin pulled back showing its gums and everything in this particular situation. If it wasn't, if it was, I would just make sure this looks good coming down. Or get the teeth in there, bake it, and then add more after it's baked to where it looks fairly good. You can see the fingerprints and where it's soft, the clay, the warmth of my hand is kind of did her in a little bit. And I don't like there to be that where it looks like a snake on the inside too. Not only does that look like I put a snake there, but if I add or if I join it on the outside as well, it'll just make it that much more strength. Like it's fully worked on here. Again, it's almost like deja vu. I just did this with the other thing the other day. But it won't hurt to see it again. It's part of the process. There's two sides to a mouth, unless it's a weird I just remembered something. I was fishing with my wife on a river and I caught my first gar. Now, if you don't know what a gar is, it's basically like an alligator, but it's a fish. They're pretty scary looking, especially if you ain't an experienced fisherman. And we didn't want to keep the thing. We were trying to put it back. Okay? Honestly. We were like, no. I don't want to eat a gar. Can you? Maybe. I don't know. But it was, anyways, I'm getting ahead of myself. So I'm looking at the alligator mouth and all those razor sharp teeth, and I'm kind of a scary person anyways. I'm like, I'm not the bravest at certain things. And what happened was is he moved. He did some kind of sudden movement, and it freaked me out. And I accidentally pinched his bottom jaw off with the pliers. And later on, so then we took it home and we tried to clean it and eat it. It was a bad idea. They have actual blood in them. They smell horrible, and they got Kevlar armor. Their scales are like dragon scales. It's just not something you would try to eat. I'm pretty sure. I'm not a very experienced person, but years later, when you kind of recover from that traumatic experience, you can kind of make jokes about certain things and everything. And I remember calling it a dork fish because it had no bottom jaw. And I'm really not trying to offend anybody. My apologies if I did. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to offend anybody. Um, but I don't know. I was just talking about that just now because I just mentioned there's a top and bottom to every mouth. You don't have just a single side, unless it's a fish that you happen to caught and accidentally broke its jaw off. Um, Anyways, I don't want to talk about hurting animals or whatever. It's a fish. I was gonna eat it. I was trying to catch fish to eat. So obviously, something's gonna get hurt. I think we caught some brim or the bluegill. I love bluegill, and I'm terrible at fishing because I keep putting the line in and taking it back out and putting it in and taking it back out, and I don't think I have the patience to do it. But fresh fish is amazing tasting. I can't believe I just told that story. I am not winning here on YouTube. I have no filter sometimes. But anyways, so there's a gum line on this now. See that? See that? And how does the shape? Look at the shape of it. Preferably in focus. You got a certain height right here. Oh, right here. There's a little bit of a bump right there. So let me get rid of that. Pull that excess clay down. It don't have to be perfect. It's just something I'm taking note because when I go to put the skin on it, having a large... Oh, you could sand this, actually. If I were going to bake it first, bake this, which I may do. I may do that. And inside, it looks okay on the inside, too. It's a little rough, but like I said, it's a big old tongue that's going to go on there. Let's set some teeth. I have teeth. Teeth! These are much better than the first go around when I did teeth a while ago. They were just square pieces that I put on there. Here it is, actually. It doesn't look good at all versus this. This is like the beginner me, and this is the advanced, and it's just one iteration away. It's weird. I always say that it's when you do one thing twice, you get better at it. You gain the experience. You get experience from it, or you look at it and you say, "I don't like how this went," or "I could have did that differently," or whatever. You just gain insight and stuff. So obviously, the second time around will always be better. I feel like that, anyways. And I was trying to use tweezers last time. These are and I'll follow the same pattern as the other one, which is kind of like a gap in between this. Let me. Sometimes it helps to make a mark where you think the center is. Just a gentle, just a little, like right there. I can tell now that, see that mark? I can remove it with a tool. You probably totally can't see that mark. I can't stream in 4K because it sounds like my computer is going to take off. and fly out the window. It's a bit outdated. And if I ever get big or start generating revenue and stuff, I'll upgrade things, get better equipment. I want to make a, you know what I want to do? I want to make a big concrete mushroom out in the backyard with little toadstools around it, like little spores that you can sit on. I think that would be pretty cool. But that's oops. You were supposed to have a gap. If that mark signifies the center, I need to redo that. Darn. That's okay, because what would that look like, me redoing that? Just pinch this back. We want to close that up again. It shouldn't be that painful. And then I'll take something flat. I could even put a piece of clay in there. Just close that hole up. Voila. It's actually, as far as, I wouldn't call myself a teacher, but I'm documenting my progress and my journey through art. It's almost a benefit to mess something up, because it's an opportunity to see, like, oh, like, for one, how will I handle it? Will I have a meltdown? How will I fix it? That's another good way. I'm fixing that because it did a weird, when you squeeze the tooth down there, you're just kind of compressing clay everywhere. So that's close enough. It's fixed somewhat. Gums can be a little wavy or whatever anyway, so they're not perfectly smooth everywhere. They actually go around the tooth. It bulges around naturally anyways. So the way I set these is kind of realistic. So I'm going to make another mark in the center. This time I'm going to pay attention to what I'm doing. So we'll call that the center again. And then I'll get my tooth again. And what I was trying to do was set this just to the left of that mark. Something like that. So straight down and then done. Now I'll do another one to the other side of that mark, roughly the same amount of space. Kind of pick and choose. I got several teeth to work with. They're all different shaped. So I'll kind of like can pick and choose. Oh, here we go. I like them to still be kind of square, but they're just rounded. The edges are rounded and stuff. So now this one will go on that side of the mark. You know, slightly, and then straight down. Leaves a gap. I'm wanting to have that gap. Actually, there's a gap like that on all of them. I'm just following what I did on the other jaw, or the other side of the head, mouth, or whatever. And then another one right here, ish. Straight down. Like I said, it naturally bulges around and stuff. It looks pretty realistic. Like even that. It's kind of a natural thing, setting teeth like this. Here's a very square one. And I think I did 4 on each side. So leaving a little space straight down. That's difficult to do. Nice. I only need 10 teeth. 1, 2, 3, 4. Straight down and leave it. Push it down there and then leave it. I'll use a long one for the last one. This is rather long, see him? And nice and in there. Look how that looks on that black background. It's teethers. I want to put this head together so badly, but I'll have to bake it afterwards. And I don't know if I'll do it live or whatever. Maybe I could do it in like a little video where I just get on there and be like, all right, constructing the head. Honestly, I like getting on here live because it's no editing. All right, so right here, you just kind of leave a little gap straight down in there. Now, if he has a crooked tooth, that's just a dental thing, you know. He didn't maybe do his cleanings and stuff when he was little. Dinosaurs probably don't have perfect teeth. I don't know. They're looking okay. 3. Straight down. There is a hair on this one. Best get it off first. A lot easier than dealing with it while it's on here. So right here seems like a good spot. Straight down. It actually turned out pretty good even on this end. It, like looking at it like this, they're set in there pretty nice. Fairly nice, I think. So now we have the top and bottom. Look at that. Well, I don't know if you can see because of the background. See his little nostrils? It's like, I'm so ready to put this together. But like I said, there's steps. I gotta follow certain steps. And the problem is when I put it on there and I construct this, I'll have to, I should bake it immediately. And I'm going to pick me up some aluminum foil tape because the aluminum foil tape is really, really adhesive and it's strong. Well, if you don't get the generic kind. It's what you use to fix your ducking and stuff. You use foil tape. We use it for pretty much anything. And like I said, it's almost like it almost has like a contact cement glue material under it. So it would stick to this stuff right here fairly well. But I'll make this a little beefier and it'll go down further to where it's thicker and larger in the back. Like it'll be thicker than this, but I would probably just slice this. I don't know if I can do that. Yeah. See, slice this open like that. And then put it on this. Maybe stick it in there a little bit and then close it down on there. I'm just demonstrating right now. This ain't the final, because I want to build this out thicker. I need to make more of this clay, which is basically just a piece of red mixed with this Semi-translucent, this is what this is, this color right here. It's not translucent, it's semi-translucent. So you'll find that it can actually absorb other clays fairly decent. It'll wind up looking like a pastel. See, here's the actual red. See the difference in that? I didn't want to use red. I wanted something like pink. So I'll just mix some more of this together. I just want this tongue to kind of continue down and get bigger and thicker back here. So what happens is, this is the top. I can take this and smash it down onto those. So you'll go like that. Camera's down a little low. But there's really nothing to smash it to right now. It's not big enough. It's not thick enough. And anything that you can see in the mouth will just be considered the back of the tongue and all. And if there's tongue sticking out this way, it doesn't matter. It'll all be covered with this green stuff. But then once I get it smashed on there, I will reinforce it with a couple pieces of tape, maybe a piece across the front. I'll figure it out. It'll be on camera, on video some way or another, and bake it. Along with all the texturing, it'll get baked too. And then when it's done, I can basically take my green clay and build out around, obviously, the outer part of this, and it's got a hump. Where's that image? I was just looking at it. Oh. It actually has a top to the head right here, which that could just be solid clay. I'm not going to try to use foil or anything. And then of course I would, the same way I tooled these toes on, I'll tool the eyes and I'll paint it with acrylic, and I'll even do the little black parts in them. That'll all be that'll be painted white, and it should be pretty cool. I think it'll be, I mean, is it exact? No, it's not, which is good because Pixar Studios will hunt me down and try to kill me or sue me or something. You know, it's copyright stuff, so I'm using it as inspiration and making a similar one, but not that exactly that one. And I'm just calling it a green dinosaur or whatever. But doing something different. Let's try to smooth one of these legs. Maybe this is the last little thing for the stream. Cool. Just checking out the comments. So I have my softener, and like I said, I got brand new. These were $9 at Walmart, and there are so many brushes in here. Like some of these bigger ones I'm not going to use, but my wife's like, I'll use them for whatever. It's these smaller ones that I would use. So let me grab one out. So you got a wide one. I could opt to use a wide one. I'll get a wide one and a round one. And the reason I want them to be new. The reason being is because this is a finished colored clay, and I've already used. Do you see how this looks dingy? Like it's purple. I used it to do the lizard, actually, that midnight starry lizard. So it's got. You may not be able to see it in this video, but it's got purple in it. So immediately, as soon as I put this softener on it and I start going like this, it's gonna just dirty. It's gonna be dirty. And in this particular case, because it's a finished piece, I'm using colored clay. I want to use a fresh brush. Okay, so I'll use this right here. I'll put that softener on here. Just a place I could put a drop or two, like right here. We're doing this. We're gonna do this. So I'll need my tools I use to sculpt, to do my lines, which is basically these picks and stuff. And now I know I didn't go all the way around the backside, but I'm just wondering if I can clean it up a little bit and it could be shown on video how the softening works. I'm gonna get my teethers out of the way somewhere further, somewhere where the dog can't find them too. I had a dinosaur, but my dog ate it. I can see it now. So we just put some of this on here like this. You know what? We're doing something specific. All right. You can do little circles like this, and you can actually follow the texture. But the first step is just to get moisture pretty much everywhere in the area you're working. Or at least this is what I do, okay? This is not how you do it. This is how I do it. Like I said, there's a million ways to do things. But you soften this up, and already I can see where it's looking more like something amazing versus a bunch of gouges and gashes with tools. A little bit of high spots right there, so I can just take my finger and work them down. Following the lines will help maintain the lines. Going like this will obviously help erase them, which may be the case. Like right here, this is awfully deep, this one. So I can probably do circles. Putting softener on here will obviously make it wet and tacky. So typically you want to get the sculpting, all the texturing done as close as possible prior to this. I'll tell you right now, that looks right there, it looks really nice. It looks like a finished product. It super does. It really super does. It super does. Hi, I know English. It's a little bit deep right there on the knee. Wow. See, look at this. Do you see the green on here? This brush, it's not a waste after it. Like, this brush won't be useless after this, because if I'm making a sculpture with the sculpting compound, and I'm going to be painting it with acrylic paints, it won't matter what it looks like when I'm softening it. So this wouldn't matter for this. But like you can see, I just got green on that. You got to kind of be careful with that. Depending on the situation, it's just something I kind of consider. But we'll do a little bit down here by the feet and right here in the front. I'm doing it at pretty much this angle on this side of the leg, not really the front. I have to turn it a little. And it's not even finished texturing. Or I am not even, I said it as if it is texturing itself. I'm the one texturing it. I'm not even finished texturing it. I'm just doing a little area like in the front. I want to show on camera some of the process to it. That way I won't get back on here and be like, whoa, what happened? It's finalizing it, it's cleaning it, and making it. You'll find that you can actually shape the clay. Like I can go like this. I'm pushing down on that fold, that flap down there. And same with this detail right here. It's cut really right here. It's kind of gouged pretty deeply. So if you don't want it to do that, just kind of do little circles or little ups and downs like this, or just keep following the line. You're crushing that clay. The brush itself, see how I'm pushing it and it's bending? That's force. It's gentle force. That's not like powerful Jedi force, it's gentle force. And this looks good. And I'll show you something where it becomes like magic. First I'm going to rotate it a little bit so I can do a little more over here on the side. This is probably one of my favorite parts of sculpting. My least favorite would probably be armature making. It's just a tedious thing that you have to do. You have to have a foundation for your clay to be on. It's got to be stable, so when it's in its green state, when you put polymer clay in the oven, it is the most fragile state in the entire existence of the whole process of the clay. It can't get any more fragile than when it's in the oven and when it first comes out, when it's piping hot. Something I like to say is, think about brownies, but not too much, because then you'll go eat brownies. Think about how they come out. When they come out of the oven, they're super soft and gooey and moist. But then when you let it sit for a couple hours, they get firmer. That's exactly what this is. It's basically one big old brownie. And you don't want to touch it when it first comes out of the oven. You really don't. Now, some things you can do, you can flash cool it under cold water. If you absolutely don't have the time and you need to go, you got to get it going, then you could probably flash cool it under some cold water. But typically, I like to wait hours before touching it, before working it. It's not even told back here. There's a piece of clay. I'm scared to even look back there. It's pretty from the front. It'll be alright. But I'm doing one pass where I use this softener and I'm trying to take all the weirdness out of it. The tool marks that to a certain degree they come off, and really what it is that you're basically evening everything out, and the deepest parts, the deepest of the texturing, is what will go the last. So if you keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it, you'll wind up just having a unified area. There won't be any texture at all, but you'll still have your bulked, where it bulks out here and it cups in there. And I don't know about you, I'm looking at this. It's like I'm freaking so good. Sometimes it's alright. I'm having my one tiny moment where I feel like I'm good at what I'm doing. I'm gonna do it right now. This is good, y'all. I appreciate feedback and all, but I'm telling you, I can tell you, it's looking good. Oh my goodness. And it's this. Shaping it. Even right here, you can do it a little bit right here. And you can use it to actually push clay strategically. Like you can sculpt with it. Like down here, it folds quite a bit. There's a fold, a flappy flap, or like a saggy, hangy part. If I keep pressing on it, like right here, it'll help even it out a little. But you can only do so much. Like if you decided that this is too far, then you just come back with a tool, like a flat tool, probably a flat tool, and push in like this. Not necessarily saying it needed to do that. I'm just trying to demonstrate what I just said, because why not? So I just pushed it in a little bit, but it left corners, it left flat parts and stuff and tooling. Come back with this, just a couple little brushes and it's gone. Following it all the way around like this will help in certain ways. And then getting to the next part, like right here, it needs to be touched and it's just a high spot. Goodness, this looks so freaking good. Or at least I feel like I think I'm digging it. I'm digging this dinosaur. And the clay clay will actually absorb this moisture. So if you leave it for a few hours, it can it'll absorb it for the most part. Like you can't keep doing it over and over and over. You can. It'll just get moistier and moistier, obviously. I mean, that makes sense, right? What I'm trying to say. But I'm wanting to show you this next part, which is a part that I really don't do often. And it's why my work doesn't look a whole lot realistic. It can be a lot more realistic than some of my work does. Like my elephant. I didn't do this too many times when I'm fixing to show you. But I really want this dinosaur to look good. I'm going to put it on Etsy and see if maybe someone got a connection with this while watching it and they want to buy it for $10 or whatever. So the next part. Look how this looks. And then this. It's so much better. But I lost a lot of my lines. They're faint now. The heaviest, deepest ones have remained. So what you could do, either with a pick, or even a little claw-like thing. I have a little claw. See that yellow right there? That's off a brush. This one actually. I was showing you how that had stuff on it. See, it's all like gnarly at the end and ate up. I do not, for the life of me, I don't understand why they put paint. Why do they insist on having to have paint on the outside of brushes? I know it's a protectant and it keeps the wood dry. That stuff comes off. These all seem to be plastic or no? Nope, that's painted wood too. Great. But right now it's not an issue. Anyways, this is like a little claw. It's like a little claw. It's flat in there. It's not like a concave. So you could either use a tool like a pick, and you go back and you just basically redo some of your lines like this. You can either compress it like that or scrape it. Like if you want to scrape it, like if you want deep ones, you could probably focus with this right here. See, watch, I'll try it with this and just cut it, and the excess comes off on a slurry like this, which you can just stick somewhere, and you do like little things to it for that for the under part there. I would probably use this sharper thing to redo this line right here. Believe it or not, having that compression is needed. And maybe a line that goes over all of it like this there. Goodness, that looks so good. And then crosshatch. They go up this way too. Just a couple, in a couple little areas, like maybe right here is a nice good deep one. And right here, that runs up. And like that. The reason I'm showing you that is because then you come back with your tool and just gently remove the heavy tooling from that. Now you're gonna, depending on what, you're gonna lose more texturing. So it's kind of like a weird thing you're watching for. Really, what you want to do, that second pass, it's kind of like you call it a second pass of texturing. You want to get clean with it, like not really gouge it and just drag it everywhere. Maybe this is the best bet because I can scrape the texture. I can just scrape it and I'm keeping that excess on me, and maybe even let it sit for a while before doing the softener again. And also sometimes it helps to take this to the bathroom and with some soft soap, some hand soap, wash all this out. Start with good soft bristles again, because this is now, it's got clay in it. The residue is all in this and it's thicker. For a second pass, you probably wouldn't want that. You can use multiple new ones or whatever. That's a big huge pack for $10. I mean, you got like 50 little brushes in there, so it's not that big of a deal. And it's not like it's a ruined brush. This brush, even though it has green in it, I can use it for a sculpting compound or maybe another green. You can have green brushes. You'll never get the color all the way out. But you just come back and do little subtle lines like this. I don't know if that's showing up on camera or not. That's already a decent dark deep line right here, but maybe one right here. And always go back and get that slurry off. We'll do one like this. Like I said, I just kind of did the front with texturing. It doesn't follow through to the side, and there's hardly any texturing on the back. But it's the same process. If I want to do some texturing on the back, I would find a line like right here and just bring it around like that. Follow this one, bring it around. Maybe this one like this. Compress it. You can spend as much time as you want doing this. You could actually spend too much time. Like you can get so meticulous to like for 4 years you're like, oh, look at these little. So you gotta weigh it all out. Like how much do you want to really put into it? But this actually looks really good. The whole leg, and just this, I'm talking about just this front, this area right here is really good. Obviously, as you turn it, there's no texturing. So let's run a little piece over this way. We'll run that like that. I compressed it. Following certain lines. And then you make a new one going that way. This would be softened. Typically, you would want to do all the texturing all the way around the leg. Soften it all the way around the leg. I'm just trying to do little snippets to where you can see what's going on, like how I'm doing this. Because obviously, I would have to have a 90 hours. No, it won't take me that long to do this. But it's obviously a long time. Too long to be streaming. Some of you are probably like, no, actually, I would hang out. You could do it. I'm like, I can't do it. Y'all probably can do it, but I don't know if I can get on here and stream. What depends on how much fidelity, how much detail am I wanting to put in it? See how this is, I'm compressing these lines in here. Of course you don't want no lines running across them toes. Oh, that's not even a good angle. But like right here, I already put one right here. Sometimes you can just compress it instead of cutting it. It's the different ways of doing it. Wow, this looks like from a store, like a maybe Walmart. Like it looks good. Y'all are gonna be like, don't say it looks like Walmart. Are you crazy? A lot of their toys and stuff are made simple to where it can fit in a mold or a die, so they can cast millions of them at one time. Like you wouldn't have a mouth that's open. How would you even cast that? So this is going to obviously be way better than something you would see in Walmart. Unless it didn't look like them. It deviated too much. But if you was just out to buy a dinosaur, period, like it didn't matter if it was the good dinosaur, then yes, this would look leaps and bounds better than what would be on any shelf at Walmart. Because it's a one-off, I'm not even casting it. I don't even know how I would cast this. I guess you would cut its head off and cast it in pieces, maybe in those pieces, and just put all the pieces together. Maybe the only thing that I would be making is the tongue and the thick back of the tongue, and put my two casted pieces on, and then wrap that part with skin or whatever. I don't know. I'm not knocking molds and casts of things. Actually, I want to take a shot at it myself. I just don't know what would be a worthy thing to cast. To be honest, like maybe my little elephant or a grumpy alien. That's pretty simple. There's no weird, complicated, recessed areas. How? He likes to peek around the corner and watch what I'm doing. He never says anything. I think he's getting all judgy with my work. Because aliens are probably obviously better than us at everything. Nah, he's cool. He just don't talk much. He certainly doesn't talk as much as I do. Something right now that would help me is to pull up an image of an elephant foot. Because that's the closest this is in my mind to anything on this planet is an elephant foot. They got these big pads for feet. And it might help me understand some texturing. There's a bit of air underneath here. See how that moves? It's not an issue. It can totally just ride out just like this. But when mating it to that epoxy sculpt, something to note. It's probably the only place where there's air under there. It's a thick piece of clay, so it's not an issue. It'll still have plenty of strength and durability. Just go back and clean up some of this tooling. It's a bit tricky because you are losing every stroke like this. I'm losing texturing somewhere. It's just blending it all in. So it's kind of there's a bit of a learning curve. And also, it's not just a learning curve. What you do is, as you go, like say for your third pass, you're doing really clean, nice, like this little, I'll do a little line right here. A really clean, nice one like that. Who's to say I even need to smooth that one? See what I'm saying? As you get closer and closer to the finished, realized thing, uh, it's more and more intricate or precise. It's gonna wind up being my best looking thing. I say that with everything that I make. That spider, my goodness, that spider I did was so good. The whole thing was done live, so. And down here, sometimes adding some more softener can just loosen the brush up anyways. And just run it around, get some of the excess moisture off. But you want those bristles to be able to move uh, to a certain degree. Take the brush and try to push it underneath its foot like that. It's cleaning that bottom edge and giving it a good shape. This is just gonna look so freaking good. If I was having doubts before, not now. Like, oh my gosh, he's got sexy legs. I probably don't have a good camera angle or setup. It's not even in 4K. So I don't know what you're seeing. Whatever. I should probably check and see what you're seeing. We can see it. Cool. Snack sounds good. How long have I been? 3.5 hours. So we got this. All 4 legs are somewhat done. The toes is on there. We were doing some texturing. The front of this is textured and cleaned. Let me do like a slow. Of course, that's the setting on how much bit rate or whatever for movement affects that. I'm not gonna do. I just wanted to do one foot, one leg to show you the gist of how this is done. Like even right here where I had textured that to try to get my lines to come around this way, you just grab one and then, like I'll do it again. I'll do one more. Take the slurry off the tool. This line right here, you see it? Right there. I'll grab that one and I'll bring it around back. Bam. Just like that. And maybe this will get the slurry away. I'm working on being clean. Maybe right here, I'll take this one and bring it right there. It's enough to where I can see it. When I move it like this, I'll see where they are and I can, bring that back to there or somewhat, It's not that complicated. It's super simple. But I could do it right here too, where I did the texturing. Well, I didn't really do much texturing. And I just said you kind of want to do the texturing first. Before doing the softener. So here's that little claw thing. And I determined that some lines going this way look good. Like this. And then we go up like this. It's good to get like these big squares. That's good. That's elephant good. They got them big old squares on them. And then there's a third line that kind of cuts them in half. That looks kind of nice right in there. And come back from back here and bring a few lines that way. Right in the armpit, you're going to have a lot going on. I'm certain of it. Because it's got a bend there. Like I was mentioning earlier, it's easy to make skin texture, but it's way more challenging to make it look believable. Or in what way is this skin moving and folding? This actually looks somewhat believable to me. Is it professional? No. Nowhere, it's not. I know. I don't even need no one to say it ain't. I'll tell you it ain't. But for the level of work that you got going on everywhere, it's good enough for my level of work, what I'm putting out. I don't know. Maybe it does look good. I'm not a pro at it. That's all. Sometimes you gotta go over when you cut a line this way, you'll fill in it that way. So you might need to redo it again this way, like that. If you want it to be like a where it's dug into it both directions, you might have to do it several times, like this, and then like this again. There, now it looks like the lines go here and here, and it leaves a square area or some kind of weird whatever shape you call that. And these out here, they get pretty much further apart. They could be fainter. We're digging in with the tool because it's awesome. No, I dig in because it's cutting the clay away, as opposed to when you compress it, you're displacing the clay. Like if I took this tool, where'd you go? And I compress a line on here, what it's doing basically is the clay will become displaced. I'll make a line in there, but it'll be a bulge on both sides of it. It's just something to take note, because when you go to finish this, you may see all of that, or you may be able to do like a 400 or even 600 grit, a super fine sandpaper, or even maybe a some kind of wool, a real fine. They got different types of wool that are different grits. You can just gently wipe it down. Of course, that's a messy. It can mess it up a little bit. I don't really think I'm going to be sanding this when it's done, because it's finished work and I'm getting I'm doing the sculpting now. But out here you would have just faint stuff going on. It ain't really bending much like that. It's almost like some cartoonish, like Borderlands look, just design, where I'm just putting this design on this object, meaning it's not believable. But it's still cool. I'm liking how that looks. Not bad. I don't think it is. So let me get my brush wet. I'm just kind of anxious to do a little area right here and see what happens. To show y'all. I just want to show y'all. It probably would have been good to go wash the brush to get the residue out of it. Because the softener is breaking this down in the it's what polymer clay is basically it's microscopic particles, either plastic or rubber. In this case, rubber, because this is cos clay. It's a rubberized clay material. It's not plastic. It's rubber. But if it was like Sculpey, Super Sculpey, or any of the other ones, it would be basically microscopic or particle-sized plastic pieces. It's just plastic that's been ground down, sanded. Like, think of if you're sanding something, you know that debris that you get? That. If you took a piece of plastic and just started sanding it, depending on the type of plastic it is, then you take a pile of that sand, that fibery dust, and you mix it with oil to make that's what would create a clay-like substance. Because basically, polymer clay is a simulated clay. It's an artificial, any actual potting clay. It's simulated. So when you mix those two things together, you'll get the effects, the feel of clay. It'll be something that you can mush around and all. And then when you bake it in the oven, the heat, which is a very specific thing, it has to be at least 275 degrees. I tell you what, you ain't going to get it in boiling water. You may be achieving something with boiling water, but it's not the correct way. It's not the technically speaking way. Look at this. Look at how that, oh my gosh. It's a little wild. We got a little bit, some crazy stuff going on. Like maybe this line right here don't need to be there. And you would come back with your brush and add new things here and there anyways. I don't even know if that's what that looks like on camera. Let me hit the focus again right there. It's gorgeous. This is gorgeous. I cannot believe this. I was a little worried about the texturing part. It's a little intimidating for me because it's so hard to get the believability. Like, which way does this skin? This area looks pretty darn good. And I can do just a few lines under the belly or whatever. And I probably should have picked this up upside down and did the bottom first. But it hasn't been touched up here. I'm just doing little areas for the sake of just showing, for demonstration. So I can technically clean this off camera and you'll have an idea of what happened. It was just me drawing lines on, washing them off, redrawing them again, maybe washing them off again. So like right here, I can come back and do some ultra clean line like that. Maybe re-emphasize this one right here. I can also use the claw thingy right here. It ran off on me. This tool don't want to work tonight. It's like, I'm leaving. And it went over there. Like, let's say the straight across lines, it's definitely got some of them it needs. So I can just redo a few, like maybe right here. Nice. nice. We'll go back up like this. So that area looks good. I just needed where I lost too much. I can then take the tooling out and almost just a little bit. That's it. We're done. This area, it looks really good right there. It's enough tooling going on, or enough texture, not tooling. Tooling is what we're trying to remove. We want to make it look real and believable, but we want to remove the evidence of that. Technically speaking, it could look so good that it looks like it's alive, something frozen in time. Look at that. Look how nasty and rough this area looks. All this right here. It's so not this over here. Of course, there's nothing. The side hasn't been really done very well. This was a forward-focused demonstration where it's, oh my gosh, just looking at it like this, if it looked like that all the way around, I'm like, oh my gosh, it'll look so good. And you'll need some texturing. Sorry about that. It's not often I get really in. I just sometimes get into it. I'm totally digging. I lost the doubt and stuff, and I'm like, this is it. It's working. I'm making a dinosaur. I can't believe it. It's like I got this superpower that I barely understand, and I get it to work sometimes, and it's fantastic. I would give this to anybody. Actually, in a way, I'm trying to. I'm showing everything I'm doing, and technically speaking, you probably could follow it and at the very least, do something therapeutic, relaxing, calming. Look at that! Look at that area. It's a little. His neck turns this way. This arm comes up. So obviously you're gonna have tighter stuff, and the three directions are gonna be in here. But you could redo some of these, like maybe right here. This may be too wet to soften it again, or I can go and look at that. Look how gross. I got literally a film, a goo. Look at that goo. This is goo right there. That's liquid. It's basically the sculpting compound. So this is like really thick right here. There's a lot of goo. Look at all that. You almost wouldn't need that at all for this. However, this could be used to fill in a gap, or maybe I could use it right here where this clay. See where that meets the I don't know. You could use it to fill in a hole or whatever. You almost would never want to use that. You gotta go clean the brush. So, what did we do in this stream? We did the 4 legs. We did the 4 legs. We did the other half of the mouth thingy, and I did some basic texturing. And if this is the preview of what it's going to wind up being, oh my goodness. I mean, it doesn't look good here because I haven't put any softener right here. But I want to follow through what I was saying, which is kind of get your lines. Some of this, it's not even finished sculpting. It's rough, where I just kind of put these snakes on the front. And like, look at this one. Look right here. It's not even worked on right there. Oops. Right here. It's not even tooled on. Now it is. But the more you can do all that first, the better it'll look. So this side, we didn't do any smoothing on this or there. We did a little texturing right here, trying to show it earlier. This side we did a little more focus on, and it looks a lot closer, at least at this angle, from here up and out. That looks done. This looks good. It actually, the image that I was using is missing this detail. Look what's going on here. We have just a little bit of texturing around these knee, one little fold right here, like a wrinkle. All this is relatively smooth, and this is all smooth. It depicts like round circles, like bumps. So it's a different type of texturing. I'm doing more of an elephant-like. This could totally be believable for a dinosaur. The thing is I'm doing a cartoon dinosaur, which doesn't say too much detail. It's more of a... It's how I'm deviating from that anyways. And I can't wait to see what this looks like. So for my homework, since I showed you all of this and some of this, I can basically finish that on all of these other areas. And when I get back on here, this will all be textured, even to the neck right here. And what I'll do is I'll build out a bigger tongue. Oops. I'm zoomed in. Don't need to be zoomed in that much. Build out the tongue a little thicker down here, and I'll just smash those two pieces on the top and bottom of the mouth and fix it with maybe some tape. I wouldn't want to just trust that it's gonna stay put during that hot baking process. I done mentioned that it's the most fragile state, so that's what the little strips of foil tape. I could take it off when I'm done, or you know what I mean. It doesn't need to. It's just to kind of hold it on. Smash it down on there. Don't move it. Don't wiggle it. Kind of like setting the teeth. Straight in. Leave it alone. So straight on. Smash it onto the tongue, the thicker part, and secure it with some foil tape, and then I'll bake that, and all of this body with the texturing will get baked, and then I'll basically come back and build the outer green skin around the head, the bump, the noggin, the forehead and all, and I'll blend it, I'll bring it back into this, it'll morph into, it can even overlap, it'll blend over nicely, even if those baked clay. I'll put TLS on here, and this will be done. I can do maybe just a little more texturing. I'm liking that claw thing, this, because it makes a cleaner... Is this area focused? Right here. Focus here. Should be. So you do a little bit of this tail. Do like a line like this. You just start, the first few lines can be whatever, because you're just trying to get it going, and then you're gonna have a line that runs this way, kind of along the tail, like this. It'll have less and less because it may not really bend much back here. It's something you have to consider. What does this piece of skin bend? And if so, how does it stretch? What clay gives and causes those different lines, like in my palm? Like I said, don't you be reading my palm, but I got lines in here like this, like this. It's so I can, like you can see it when I go to close my palm, it's so that skin can fold and bend in different ways. Like if I bend my finger this way or this way, I'm creating two different... Some things are done less, so they're less prominent, but it's just how, like, ignore how many wrinkles I got. I got my mama's hands. That's not a very manly thing to say. I have my mama's hands. She had hands, well, obviously she didn't have hairy knuckles like that, but anyways, you get the idea. you just gotta try to envision how does the clay move? Maybe something like this. And if don't worry if you do it too deep because you're going to soften this too. You can lose every bit of it if you want with the softening. But I'm getting I'm assuming down here would be the highest concentration. The smallest squares and triangles would be right here because the tail would bend this way and this leg comes out that way. They can technically, he could do a kick, a backward kick, throw his leg straight out, and this would be completely mashed. So like this, what is that? What does it do in here? Right in here would be a lot of lines. And this tool is probably going to be my what I finish this off with, because I'm cutting that clay away. I'm not compressing it, and it'll be easier to clean it. So let me look here again. I get some lines like that. You could redo some or try to. That's that third direction. There's typically three directions. You got a crosshatch and a third one. I'm not completely knowledged in skin texturing. I've only looked, followed a few videos, a few tutorials, a few demonstrations, and it's just a generalized idea that I have. But this is actually looking really good. That doesn't look all bad at all. I don't think it does. It'll have less and less texturing, or at least less deeper. And you may, I don't know, it's getting round. It's getting kind of hard to do that, to scrape that with that tool. So maybe I could just start compressing it with this one, like this. Just some any old thing. And this is just focused on this side. This side right here is what I'm looking at. So when I go to this way, I continue some of these lines over, make new ones. You don't really have the same line going all the way around. You can if you want, but I stab it sometimes. Okay, so I have lines going, a few lines going like this, and a couple going like this. So what's missing here? Where's my third line? Is it, oh, running along the tail like this. I guess. If not, I'll rub it away and try something else. And you do it faintly, and then you can come back and compress it. This actually makes a good impression, just kind of compressing it. But like I said, it bulges it. Uh, I think out here it's more just circles than anything else, or at least that needs to be prominent. So I'll just kind of keep going back and forth like this. That looks pretty good. It's doing something. Am I gonna win a Emmy or something on this? I don't think so, but I might earn a subscriber, someone new watching, or whatever. I thank everybody's here. I appreciate you hanging out. I know it's totally random, so the people from the future who are watching this later, I appreciate you watching it too. Just because you weren't here during the stream doesn't mean anything. I appreciate it. Alright, so what I want to do, I want to soften that area, and this is super gross. But then again, that slurry might help. It may help. This big open area, I don't see how it's really hurting me to use this dirty or soiled brush. We wouldn't call it dirty. It has the color that I need in it. It's suitable, completely suitable for this, what I'm doing. But just doing fine details, you may want to get that cleaned. Now, I'm noticing there's areas where I've dug in, or I'm not doing it evenly. When I use this tool right here and I scrape it with this fingernail, it's sinking in. So you just go back, try to fix it. Hit it with this, it takes the roughness out. Then go back with this pointy thing and maybe compress this line right here. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Wow. It almost feels like I know what I'm doing. Like I'm borderline saying I'm a pro at texturing. But I ain't even gonna call that. Mm-mm. Wow. So once again, we did a short little area texturing. This was all the front of that leg the front of that leg was textured over here, and some of this side was done, and then this right here. So I got different areas going. Obviously, we did nothing with this leg, but this is looking so good. That looks pretty darn good. I mean, it looks a little squirrely right in here. What it is I need more lines that run with the leg like this, and maybe redo this one. Maybe one right here. You got, oh yeah, this is really looking real. You usually have three different lines going to three different directions, and it creates these triangles. It's not really squares you're looking for, it's triangles. And sorry, I was focusing. I can't talk and come back and take the tooling away ever so gently. Wow. So I just went over here with some softener and I ain't even finished the texturing. So just something that I'm kind of all over the place with it because I'm just trying to show different. Like there's some school I just scraped right here and it's rough. So I'd come back with this and unrough it. And if you wanted to do like a little freckle or a mole, take a piece of clay, like a roll up a little ball, and put like a ball on there, like that. And see what's up with it. Push it with the brush. And that would totally adhere to this. I'm being pretty random putting that on there. I believe it wouldn't be in the middle, it wouldn't be on a line either. It'd be a little mole or freckle that's like a. You know, it'd be cool is if that was yellow, or then get some crazy cartoonish. I don't know if I'll keep that on there or not, but that's you do a bunch of those all over everywhere. Whoo! If anything, it could be a little darker. I had mixed another color. Oh, here it is. This is that green with a little bit of red mixed in. So that'll actually look good, just for fun. Let me put one right here. I just want to see what it looks like. The darker. And then like brush it. Work it on, basically. Now we're getting even more technical. Here. There. See those little moles I put on there? This is the original color of this, but this is a darker color. Look at there. That's green with red. That's how you make darker green. You add red. You figure it would be black, but it's actually not. I mean, you can put black in there and you change the whatever. You just add green or red, and that makes a nice little offset. That's kind of cool right there. You touch it on there. The more you touch it on there, the less of the bump you'll have, and you just kind of, even though this has this color on here, the slurry, I'm not worried about it. And we don't even say we're going to keep this on here, but this is kind of a finished area in a way. Just make sure it's worked on there a little bit like this. Because you're putting slurry under it. It's just evening everything out. And you may even be able to drag it. Like it's getting close to this line right here. So I'll drag it this way. I'll drag in it this. Look at that. Look at that. Well, maybe. I don't know if you can see it. Maybe. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. We'll probably put some stuff like that on here. But I think I'm at 4 hours, 15 minutes. That's a pretty hefty stream. And I feel like I've made huge ground with this. I'm connected with y'all and I'm showing you this. Absolutely loving streaming with you guys, by the way. I'm pretty sure the camera's not giving this justice. This is something you're going to have to see in person. And also, when you bake it, it'll lose the sheen. It has a sheen to it right now because there's moisture, there's an oil in it, like a moisture. So when you bake it, it'll get flatter looking. However, you can put shellac on it and it'll get shiny again. Now, whether if you want it or need it to be shiny, that's a completely different debate. Just stating some facts or whatever. This has a bit of a sheen to it, especially since I done been putting a softener on everywhere, and so well, I did do a pretty good gouge right there. So you just go like this, and it takes it away. That looks good. Of course, I lost all the lines going, so you just come back and put those on there. However, I think I'm going to be wrapping this up. Thanks for saying that, Kaoline. I appreciate it. It would. It would. I tend to shellac everything anyways, just for the protective seal, the sake of the seal. So it'll just make it look shiny. I don't know if you watch that Mulan. That crab is like, I'm so shiny. He's got a bunch of gold pieces on him. It's like this cartoon. But the things I do, they wind up looking shiny after sealing it. See, this has been sealed and it's shiny. I reset the focus. I like showing this because the teeth. I mean, you see how that does. It's rubber, so it's so nice. I just hate that thing in there in the mouth. I totally discredit this because of that. I was trying to figure out what do I do with this knob that I made that I'm squishing the top and bottom of. This is the same thing. The mouth that I made to the dinosaur, it's the same concept. This was a mouth of a shell that I perforated, and this is the top and the bottom. And I basically had this knob. If you remember, if you haven't been on the stream, or you could watch how I made this, I did it all live. But I was like, what do I do with the knob? You know? And I'm like, well, I'll just make like an orifice in there, like a little hole. But technically speaking, I could have just turned, like, morphed it into this tongue. This tongue needed to be where that, on that knob, and it would have been so perfect. It's actually how Venom looks if you look at one of his images online. So it's just a lesson learned. The tongue's in the wrong spot, and it didn't need that little orifice there, because it literally would have just, like, it would have morphed. I would have pictured this without the shell, the top and the bottom, and it's just like this knob. It's a smaller version of this. I would have had the tongue come out, and I would have textured the sides of it and everything, because there is texture on that in there, and it would have been pink. I would have made it pink like this, and then when I smashed the top and bottom on, it would have just looked like it's fatter in the back, the tongue. It so would have worked. Obviously, it didn't need to be that big too, like big around. It could have been flatter, like oval, like this. This is oval now. I learned from one thing to another. Um, I gain insight and experience points when sculpting. Sometimes I even level up. I play too many video games, or I played too many video games. I find it hard to get into them lately. It's hard to not see the programming and stuff. It's very rare I find something that's new and whatever, like totally different. Anyhow, I am. Yes, I know you were there. You kept me company, Kaylin. Which I appreciate. I really appreciate you. Everyone, all of you, for hanging out. You don't have to comment and stuff like that. It's quite okay. I know some people like to just kind of lurk or sit in the sideline and stuff, and that's super cool. I appreciate you being here too. If you ever decide to say hello, you absolutely can. I'm not gonna bite your head off or whatever. I may be super awkward, but wow. I'm digging this. I'm digging this, y'all. it's gonna look pretty cool, especially when I actually get the mouth on here. I cannot wait. I can't wait to do that. See, oops, oh no. See the nostrils? That'll be for some kind of detail when the skin goes on. It's gonna look so good. I think so. Maybe. It might look good. Grumpy Alien says thanks for watching. He ain't really so grumpy. I tried to make him grumpy, and at first he kind of looked grumpy, but the more I messed with him, it's hard. I guess my character, my personality is such a laid back, calm, easygoing type person that I can't make something look too grumpy. He don't look too grumpy, does he? He I might have had it at first, but then I was losing it. But anyways, I'm going to go ahead and end this stream. I absolutely loved this session. I'm loving the little things that I got going on here. We're going to have little details and all. And I could probably get on here and do... I was supposed to actually do these other legs off camera. It was homework I had. But I got on here on a stream again and just continued it. And why not? Why not document it all? You know, it's so cool to do. But I can probably do some of this texturing like in the back, because doing this stuff back here, it's like, how do I show you that? How do I even see it? It's very difficult and annoying trying to get behind the legs. So maybe I can do stuff like that. I tell you right now, the belly, it'll be just simple big lines that are running like that. Boom. Just connect some of those things. I'll go like see this line right here? I'll start down here and just press, bring it around, and bring it to that line. Bam. Just like that. And then this one right here next to it, I'll do the same way. And I should be able to see that when I turn it around on the other side. I'll look down there and I'll look for it and I'll continue it from there. Just a very few lines. I'd hate for someone to turn this upside down and it just looks so blah, like bland, like not real. Kind of like the spider. The spider I did had lots of texturing on the top, but underneath it was very little. Which, I don't know, it sits on the counter. You're not really going to be looking underneath it. But I always want to strive to make my things look realer, more realistic, however you word that. And I'm enjoying sharing this journey with you guys and for y'all being a part of it. However, it's always awkward for me to do this, but I'm going to end the stream. I appreciate all of you, like I said, for being here. I got to do some smoothing and stuff, and you got to see the magic. It's not magic. It's a technical, if you even want to call that. It's a process that can be explained and demonstrated, and with enough watching, I guess, you could probably do this. Why can't you? If I can do it, you can do it. And that might be talking down on myself. I'm just being honest. I feel like if I can do it, anybody can do it. There's nothing that special about me, that's for certain. Anyways, thank you guys for being a part of this, and I don't know when I'll be getting back on here. Hopefully it ain't gonna be 5 days again. I need to be a little more active. I'm way active than I was years ago. Like in the past 3 months, I've got like 40, 50 different pieces of content. So I'm doing good. If I had been doing this all along, I would probably have 1 million subscribers right now, and I could, buy clay and stuff. So I'm excited about getting everything going again on the channel and all. It's just a new habits I'm trying to build and form. I need a schedule. I need to make a schedule. I haven't figured that out yet, but it'll help. It certainly would be nice to know that, hey, I'm going to be on every Thursdays or every Friday or whatever. You can expect it and show up. I'd have more people watching during during the stream and stuff. But anyways, I thank everybody for for being here. I'm gonna stop being awkward and go ahead and end the stream. Until next time, I'll see you again real soon. Thanks again, everybody.